I call this meeting of the Davenport Community School District Board of Directors to order. Director Crumwitty, would you please read our priorities?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, our priority is the Davenport School Board establishes the following priorities to ensure the academic success of all of our students. To provide leadership and direction to improve the overall learning environment in our classrooms, schools, and district, including the health, safety, and security and happiness of students and staff. Direct and support actions, programs, and activities which reduce the impacts of poverty on our students, their families, and on our community.
Thank you. Director DeFau, would you please read our vision and mission statements?
Our vision: education that challenges conventional thinking, prepares all students to compete in a global society, and inspires our students, parents, staff, and community to answer the question, what if? Our mission: to enhance each student's abilities by providing a quality education enriched by our diverse community.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on with the presentations. First is a special presentation to the board. Superintendent Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I call on Dawn Saul, who is our communications specialist, to make this presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tate. I have with me tonight Clint Balser, one of our teachers from Central High School, and one of his students, Tommy Garrett. Tommy is a Central High School senior who will be a member of the Creative Arts Academy this fall. Tommy, in addition to being a videographer, is also running his own company for the last 4 years, Boulder Productions, and he is employed by the Office of Community Relations and Partnerships in the district. That said, May was designated School Board Recognition Month by the IASB. We decided to have some people tell you in their own words why they believe your work is invaluable to the continued success of our district. We do have a full agenda tonight, so we'll only share a few excerpts from the video. We do have a copy for each of you to enjoy later. So, Clint, cue it up whenever you're ready. The Iowa Association of School Boards has designated May as School Board Recognition Month. Our board members work hard to make decisions in the best interests of the students, staff, and parents of the Davenport Community Schools. You take your responsibilities to the district and the community seriously. A number of people have come together to thank you, in their own words, for all that you do to make our Davenport Community Schools a district of distinction.
My name is Bill Gluba, and I'm mayor of the city of Davenport. Let me just take a second to thank the Davenport School Board for their excellent work in behalf of the young people of our community. These dedicated volunteers go to meeting after meeting, listen to the public, sometimes get a little abuse from the public, but always trying to look out for the best interest of the children of the city of Davenport. We're blessed to have such outstanding school board members who volunteer their time selfishly, who take time away from their jobs and their children and their families to help all the kids in our community obtain the best education possible. And my gosh, they work just hand in glove now with the city of Davenport, because I often say, and our school board fully understands and appreciates this, that as our schools go, so goes our community. And our school board members have been champions of providing quality education for all the kids in Davenport. And that's so important to a city, because quite frankly, that's probably one of the most, or if not the most important thing we can do as leaders, is that is provide quality education for young people so that they can compete in a global economy, so that we have, as what you oftentimes and tried to in the past, have the best schools possible and provide the best education possible, since these kids have to compete in a world economy in this day and age. So we're just so delighted. I'm so proud of the fact that this school board, working together collaboratively with the Davenport City Council, has made a lot of great things happen. New learning villages, new learning centers, new efforts to address other issues facing our educational system, issues and work together to address dropout rate, to make our STEM program one of the best in the country. I can say enough good things about our Davenport School Board. I salute them and I thank them for their service to the community and the people of Davenport.
I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the school board. It's sort of rare when we actually stop and recognize the sacrifices and the talents that you have, that you bring to governance in a school district. You have a really tough job, and it's for zero pay, and so you have to be committed to education, to this community, and I know each of you has a vested interest in history and what is happening and is happening in the school district. And you have a lot of responsibilities, but actually not that much power. You deal with the budget, you deal with policy, and you take care of hiring and directing the superintendent. And then you trust us, the superintendent and the administrators, to do the work for you to operate the district. And I know sometimes that is very, very difficult because you care deeply. You hear a lot of things happening in the district, and what you have to say is, we trust our administrators to do what's right and to follow our policy. So I just want to say thank you for hanging in there. We've done a lot together in the last few years, really tough decisions of closing schools and changing boundaries, and now we're looking at scheduling. And it takes a lot of fortitude just to hang in there and make decisions you think are right for student achievement and the community. I respect you greatly, and I appreciate the opportunity daily to work with you.
I really appreciate working with the school board, and especially in one of the earlier meetings, you mentioned how you wanted to give students a voice. And I feel the school board, being a student representative, has been that to such a degree. It's been a wonderful way to give a voice not only to me and my other members on the student school board, but also to all the students of my school. I've really appreciated the chance to not only give you our input, but also have you listen to that input. It's been amazing to have people who are so successful in the community and wield so much influence listen to what I and my classmates have to say. And such an experience is really invaluable in life in general.
I'd like to express to you my sincere appreciation for your desire and willingness to tackle the tough issues that face the Davenport schools, and especially the tough financial challenges that we're facing today. I know you all have a deep passion for education and a commitment to the students of Davenport, and it's that passion that is the driving force to those tough decisions that you have to make. We all know that financial decisions in a school district usually are not popular, so I applaud your fiscal responsibility and your willingness to make those decisions. School district finance is not easy to understand. I appreciate your willingness to learn, to ask questions, and to seek solutions. Your insight and your opinions are very valuable to the district, and without them, we wouldn't be where we are today. Thanks for all you do.
It's quite an honor to be here today to talk about the Davenport School Board, and I could be here to talk about them being a learning board, investing in making good decisions with a solid research base, in understanding their community and all those things. But what I really want to talk about is their investment in building advocacy for public schools. The Davenport group comes to the Capitol in February. I think it's on President's Day every year. And they have the best turnout, even though it's not the largest school district in the state by any means. But what I really love about it is the enthusiasm it builds in students. And the board leadership through their board advocacy team in building a solid community understanding of legislative issues and having that trickle all the way down to student enthusiasm for participation in government is fabulous to see. So I want to thank all of you on the Davenport School Board for your investment of your time, your energy, and your caring about students, and closest to my heart, building a solid commitment to making sure our government works for our students.
first I would like to say what a great board this is to work with and how that certainly makes my job more enjoyable. And from when I first started this position, one of the things that impressed me the most was the level of time and the commitment that board members have to make in time in order to do this job. And most of us here at the district are paid for our positions. And you, as school board members, volunteer a significant amount of time, not only in some of our very long board meetings, as you all know, but also in committee meetings throughout the district, and also board committees such as Policy and Legislative Advocacy Committee. And I know from being involved in all those meetings that you take your jobs very seriously, and it's quite obvious to me how much you care, and I think that it's obvious to a lot of people how much you care about your community, the students in the district, and the staff at the school district. So I would just like to say thank you for being such a great board, and thank you for everything that you do for our community.
I want to thank you as the leadership of our district to not only point us in the right direction, but support us along our path as we continue even beyond the district. There's nothing more inspiring to us as students to see directors come and watch us as we do the different things in our schools. It's one thing to see teachers and staff there that would normally come and see us anyway, but it's another thing for people much beyond our level that aren't there every day to come and watch what we do each and every day. And that it really shows even at meetings when the decisions are made based on what we do each and every day. And it's awesome to see that implemented in our lives. And I just want to say thank you once again, and it's been a pleasure being a school board representative this year.
Congratulations to all of our school board members in this May, this School Board Recognition Month. Serving on the school board requires passion, dedication, diplomatic skills, and sometimes a pretty thick skin, and you all have that and more. Thank you so much for your service to our community, to our students, to our schools. I've had the opportunity to work with many of you over the last few years wearing several different hats, one of them as a parent of 2 children in the Davenport schools. And I thank you for all that you do to make sure that our schools are providing our students with a world-class education. I feel very strongly that my boys are getting that. Another hat that I wear is as a member of the Local School Improvement Advisory Committee, and I really appreciate, as do my fellow members on that committee, your willingness to listen to the voices of our community. You've always been very open to that, and we very much appreciate it. And my third hat is a member of the staff at Eastern Iowa Community Colleges. I do appreciate your willingness to partner with us to provide some really excellent opportunities for our students. We have lots and lots of Davenport students who are getting college credit and who are now having college-going aspirations that they might not have had before because of the partnerships between our 2 institutions. So thank you very much for all that you do in our community. You are appreciated, and you are making a difference.
The YMCA is blessed to have such a great community partner with the Davenport School Board. Our collaboration has been in effect for many years now, and it's actually been looked to as a model across our entire country. However, for us, that's just the beginning of all the ways that we work and collaborate to serve our community. As a member of the YMCA leadership team, we're honored by every time there is a challenge that we can come together to look at such fast and dynamic needs of our kids and our families. And the school board has been a great partner, very open-minded, knowing full well that it's oftentimes difficult to prioritize. But what we've been able to do together is make a community that is great for our families. As a father of 2 children under the age of 4, I'm very confident in working with you and seeing all the great things that we're doing. Every day there's something new in the newspaper coming out about the great efforts that we look to change the paradigm of education, to partner with agencies, even with the business community that we're seeing at some of our high schools is really outstanding, and I'm very happy to be a part of that. The future has so many different options as the educational models change, as some of our communication models change, that I'm happy to be a part of that, both again as a parent, but also as a community partner. The YMCA only works as strong as our partners with the school district and together I'm very satisfied with what we're able to do today. Thank you so much for being open-minded, open-hearted, which sometimes doesn't factor into the equation, and I know that our school board does have a healthy spirit, mind, and body, and that's why it's such a great place for a YMCA to work together to do what's truly important, which is build a stronger community.
LULAC has participated in a number of initiatives headed by the district. One of them is something that we got into very early on, and as a matter of fact, it's when Dr. Tate kind of first came on the scene. He came down and visited us and invited us to work with him. And one of the very first projects, if you will, that we were involved in is the Dropout Prevention Task Force. That was a huge learning experience for not just me, but the entire LULAC organization, because I was very happy to go back and share all the information I picked up along the way. And I'm very proud to be a part of that program because of the tremendous success that Dr. Tate and the rest of the committee have engineered over the last couple of years. It's just marvelous to watch those folks work and to be have a small part in its success. Another area that we are very proud of is our involvement with the Stepping Stones enrichment program. We work especially with Jefferson Edison, but we do also support Stepping Stones programs at Hayes, Monroe, and Buchanan. So we believe in spreading the wealth. We believe there is need across the city, not at just select schools. So we're very involved in that program. Another program similar to Stepping Stones is the GAP initiative, Greater Achievement Program, I believe it's called. And that is a focus for getting targeted elementary kids to be more proficient in reading. And we all know that that is a very important piece of the puzzle. For both of those programs, we provide financial backing in terms of scholarships for needy families who want to participate but find themselves unable to financially. And we have a pool of volunteers who are eager to jump in and help any way they can. We're very proud of that part of it. And finally, we support the cause to provide orchestral instruments for elementary kids. And to the date, we have actually made available $2,150 for either repair or replacement for these orchestra instruments at Jefferson and other schools. We're having some great fun with that one. Having said all that stuff, I just want to say that it's been a real pleasure working with administrators who I know ultimately answered to the board. So I'm here to offer my congratulations to you folks and just let you know that it's been a real pleasure to work with the entire district from top to bottom. Thank you very much.
I want to take this time and moment to appreciate the Davenport School Board and Mr. Johansson and all the members that make up this wonderful board, particularly being a member of the faith-based initiative program here with the Davenport Schools. We are very happy to indicate and to say to you that we've had great experiences, particularly with the partnership. I like to use the word partnership here in terms of working with our student population, with our parents as well. Personally working inside of J.B. Young School, we've seen great success with working with parents as well as children. Various programs have been able to include different ministers and individuals from the faith-based group. One of the things that's really strong that I would say that makes this really powerful is that a good amount of the student population here in the Davenport schools are connected to a church here in Davenport. And so to see their minister, their clergyman or woman to be involved with the schools is really big for them. It's really a link if you will, between the schools and the church that they attend, where they get their spiritual enrichment and empowerment. So we're able to provide encouragement. We're able to empower them, not enable them to be the very best that they can be. The GAP program is one of the such programs that I think there are some ministers that are working within that program, as well as individuals from the various congregations. I think it's really encouraging those to really achieve the very best that they can. So I just want to say that by partnering and reaching out to the faith-based community, I think it's going to really pay tremendous dividends in the months to come and years to come. We're going to see great achievement by our students. Again, kudos to the Davenport School Board, great job, and we look forward to many more years of working together. Thank you.
So again, because we have a tight agenda, I just want to close and say thank you so much on behalf of our district administrators, on behalf of our students, and on behalf of our district staff. Thank you for all that you do. We do appreciate you. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was your name again? Tommy.
Microphone.
And how do you spell Garrett?
Garrett.
Okay, great. Boy, it's hard to even just say thanks. And it is a tight agenda, but it is a presentation too. Before I close, are there any comments or questions by the board? Director Kluhl.
Well, Tommy, I just appreciate what you've done here, and I know you've done some other stuff. I saw you at the graduation ceremony. You and Matt were out there doing some videography for our website coming up. And I'm curious, with these interviews you did, were those Skyped, or did you do those in person with those people?
I did those at Davenport Central in the classroom.
Central. So these people like Margaret Buckton, did they come down to do that, or did they did?
Yep.
Wow, well, that makes me feel even better that they made that effort to do that. Thank you.
Anything else? Director Snyder.
Tommy, you had a big hand in putting together the video for the Creative Arts Academy too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that night that they were rolling out the Creative Arts Academy, kind of the welcome reception, and that was a very well done video. You do pretty outstanding work, and I just wanted to thank you as well.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Director Dickman.
Just briefly, from what I've seen so far, I'm very much looking forward to getting a chance to watch the whole thing.
Anybody else? Okay. Well, I want to say thank you to the whole administration, and Tommy, especially to you. This is just fantastically impressive, and I think my words are inadequate to express our appreciation for everything you've done. And on behalf of the whole board, I think I can say that every person up here really appreciates the opportunity to serve our community on the board. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the Edison Learning final report. Superintendent Tate.
This will be Brett's last time before, so welcome, Brett, and thank you for your service the last couple of years. We appreciate it.
So this will be a very quick presentation. We want to focus on our reading data, and just having prefaced that, if you would like to see the math data, I can definitely send that out to the board members here. First of all, before we get into the PowerPoint, I just want to let you know that the disengagement process went very smoothly, and I've been working very closely with Bill Schnaden, Marcia Tangen, Gary Sloat from technology. And Christy has been working hand in hand with Bill Schnaden and quite a few of the district folks. So the disengagement, the transition has been very smooth. A couple other things. Edison Learning, when we went into the disengagement, it was our determination that all the curriculum, all the technology that was already in the building, we decided to donate that to the school, to the district. We understand that they will be upgrading some of those things, if not all, but we just thought that, it was the buildings and we were going to leave it with Davenport and Jefferson. And then the last thing before we get on here, just to let you know, Christy Pitts has had her final evaluation. It's been shared with Bill Schnaden. He and I had an opportunity to speak last Friday. So those things have been closed out. If we want to go ahead and just click here, Kathy. So we are focusing again on the reading data, and you'll be seeing DIBELS all the way from K through 5, and you'll also be seeing our evaluate data for 3-5 and our a comparison from last year's Iowa assessment to this year's. So as you saw, kindergarten performed quite well. Our kindergarten teachers are ecstatic about that. Our first grade as well, you can see in a very simplistic graph how well our first graders are performing, where they were at the beginning of the year and where they're at here now at the end of the year. Second grade, you're going to see a trend here with a couple of our grades, and what's really exciting, not the scores so much, but Christy actually, the teachers in Christy have been in session the last couple days as well, and Christy sat down today with every grade level, and they have already started looking at specific students and specific interventions. So second grade is one of our grades that they are already starting to concentrate on. Third grade, what you're going to see here that's really interesting is this is why it's always so important to look at multiple sources of data. You can see here that at first glance you would say, oh, our third graders aren't performing as well with reading. And yeah, that's what this data is showing us. You can see that we decreased at the at or above, and we stayed pretty much at the well below. So, but again, not what we would expect or what we would want. If we look at the next slide though, and this is pretty busy, but this is the data that you've been seeing all year long, all last year, about the thresholds. And what I want to really point out are 2 months. If you look at September in the black bar, and it's about 35%, and then you look at May, and we're close to 60%. Those were the kids that we would have predicted would have passed the Iowa assessment. And you're going to see that our predictions came pretty close with our third graders in reading. So again, over the course of the last 3 years, the students, the staff, Ms. Pitts, there's been a lot of growth from year to year. So when you look 4 years ago in that light blue bar and now 4 years later, you can really see that there's been a great growth. Fourth grade DIBELS again, and here again the data is a bit deceiving. Our at or above has increased, our below has increased as well, and our well below has shrank. But again, if you go to the next slide, you can see over the course of the last few months in comparison to last year, our fourth grade data, even though, again, look at the growth from the beginning of the year for kids who we were predicting to pass the Iowa assessment just shade under 10% to, what is that about? I think it was about 54, 55%. So again, great growth with our kids. Fifth grade, and you're really going to see this when we compare to the Iowa assessment, but our fifth grade teachers had a lot of challenges this year, and I just want to publicly acknowledge that we were very fiscally responsible when it came to fifth grade, correct, Ms. Pitts? And we had a lot of conversations. We had approximately 52 to 54 students, and really, the conversation centered around whether or not we were going to add another fifth grade teacher. And We really looked at it. We determined that we had the talent in the classrooms, that we had the support, and our fifth grade teachers, Mr. Chris Miller and Mr. Andy Van Spybrock, they really stepped up this year, and they were our only 2 fifth grade teachers this year. Their DIBEL shows it. Their evaluate, again, from the projections, 12%, to well above 60% for projections. And then if we just click to the next slide, and what you're seeing here, and I'll let you soak it in for a second, so I'll be quiet for about a minute, but I'll just let you look at the numbers. So when we go back again and we talk about looking at multiple sources of data, you can see that our 4th grade data looked or our 3rd grade data looked, if we would have only went on DIBELs, we would have said, oh, we're not making any success. But when you look at 3rd grade reading, they decreased the number of students in the needs category. That's phenomenal. Would we have liked to have had, 10 more students? Yep. But just moving kids out of the needs is saying that we're catching them up. You can see they've also increased the students in the exceeds column. So we're not just getting our kids to meet, but we're also moving them from one column to the next. And then the growth. 45% of our students, passed it last year, meet or exceed. They're at 57%, which I believe was the school goal, wasn't it?
It's 55%. That grade level met our building goal.
And when you talk to them, and we were talking today, all the research out there says, how do you become a better reader? Well, you read, right? And the kids were reading books at their level, at their interest level, and it's really exciting to see that group of kids. 4th grade, we know that that's one of our groups that we really are revisiting. Ms. Pitts has already done some things with some staffing, and we're refocusing there. And then 5th grade, again, look at the exceeds. We dropped the needs, needs category. So I just want to really say that our teachers really worked hard. Ms. Pitts, meeting with them on a weekly basis. So that's our reading. I have the same type of data table. If you'd like to have that in the math, I can send that out to you. Ms. Pitts, anything you'd like to say on the data?
Third grade is the grade level that did meet our building goal. For 3rd, 4th, and 5th, building goal for reading was 55% and math was 65%. Basically, our goal was to do a double-digit increase. So 3rd grade did accomplish that. 5th grade, we wanted 55%, but considering that 5th grade's been in the 30s the last few years, getting out of the 30s and getting up to the 40s was a nice accomplishment for that group. Every grade level worked extremely hard. We've seen growth in SRI and SMI as well, those testing, and MAP. So we know that students are making growth, and at the multiple times of the year, we are seeing some nice substantial growth from students. So we want to see that. We might not got the results we wanted from the Iowa assessments, but we know that a lot of the things that we did have in place this year have worked for many of our students. We need to revisit a few things to see how we can get some other students to proficiency in the upcoming school year.
So again, what we really want to say is, thank you to our teachers and our staff. And so here's just a quote from an unknown author. I truly believe this exemplifies who our teachers, who our staff are at Jefferson. Kathy, go ahead next. And then just, again, public acknowledge the teachers, Ms. Paez, Ms. Mata, Mrs. Fuller, Ms. Mayhew, Mr. Courtney, Mrs. Oliver, Mrs. Trowbridge, Mr. Wyant, Ms. Holton, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Ambrose, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Barnes, Ms. Van Note, Ms. Liendo, Mr. Turner, Mr. Jimenez, Ms. Sadecki, Mr. Miller, Mr. Van Spybrock, Ms. Turner, Mr. Brody, Ms. Falana, Ms. Reevy, Ms. Bailey, Ms. Hoeksema, Mrs. Collins, Miss Murray, Miss Gravert, Miss Ocampo, and then, of course, Miss Pitts, Mr. Zertucci, and Miss Wilson. And finally, I just want to say thank you for the last 3 years. It really has been a privilege to not just work with you, the board, and the district, but I've always said I truly believe that you have the interest of the kids both in your head and in your hearts. And I've had nothing but great experience with each and every one of you. So, I want to thank you. Edison Learning wants to thank you. And really, we couldn't have accomplished what we've been accomplishing without your support. So thank you. That's it. Any questions for you all?
Okay, thank you, Brett. Any questions or comments for Brett or Christy? Director Dickman.
Just a comment. I did have the opportunity to tour the school back when we were deciding whether or not to renew the contract. And I know that it's the end of your second year, correct? And you are clearly on top of everything, and you've got a great staff that's helping you out. And I saw your enthusiasm, and I saw how the kids really respected you and wanted to interact with you. And I think that that's really the mark of a great administrator. That's someone that's hands-on. And to hear that you come up here and say that you still have these high standards, I know that it's a population that can be challenging sometimes, but the fact that you believe that they can meet these high standards, I think that that's wonderful, and I hope that you'll continue to work towards that.
Anybody else? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, I want to thank you for what I think is a very gracious farewell speech. I do appreciate it, and class act. Appreciate that. And Ms. Pitts, could you share with us just a little bit about how we're going to integrate the teacher leadership and compensation folks into your building, what that's going to do for you?
They've already been identified. We were part of a region, so there's 4 regions. Principals were divided up, and I have 2 leaders. And next year will be Dave Brody and Chris Miller will be my 2 lead teachers in the building. So they'll teach half-time and lead the other half of the day. And then 2 mentors, Junior, or Mr. Jimenez, and Mrs. Fuller. So they've already been identified. They're going to be part of the district training. We're excited. I'm going to have some more people kind of helping out and guiding some of my second-year teachers, and new teachers are coming into our building as well. They're going to be utilized quite well. So reading and math still focus, but within our wraparound plan, interventions, math and reading interventions, and having the Boys Town model come to our school are going to be the big focus within our building. So.
And your staff is being trained in Boys Town this summer?
No, we will be at the beginning of the school year.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Anybody else? Director Kluhl.
Well, I just wanted to say I really appreciate that last slide that you put up there from Golda Meir. I think it's so true that we don't accomplish anything really as individuals, but it's a collaborative effort that makes it happen. It's the community, and that is certainly something that I saw exemplified every time I came into Jefferson these last several years. It's obvious once you walk in the door. The invitations to catch up spontaneously with a community group that happened to be there at the school, you've brought those people in. I really appreciate your both of your leadership these past few years. I am still in admiration and am quizzical about how you're able to recruit so many male teachers. As you know, this is something that I think is very important in our elementary schools. Not that I don't love female teachers, but I think that our boys need male role models up in front of the classroom too. So I don't know how you do that, but it's something that I will continue to aspire towards. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you very much, Brett, for everything you've done over the years, and Christy, thank you again for everything you've done and you continue to do. So.
I thank you for Dr. Tate, especially because he's the one that came to me 2 years ago and asked me to take on this opportunity. So I think the privilege that's working with Brett and Edison Learning, but also having that partnership with the district. So it's been a great partnership. We've already did all our crying and everything else this morning, so I'm not going to go there this afternoon. So, but we did give thanks to Brett, and I know that I grew a lot because of this man. So I said it was a God-given plan, and I do appreciate him. He's more than just my mentor, my boss. He's a friend. So I have a lifelong friend in education. So that's the most important thing. Thank you.
You both do deserve a round of applause. Thank you. We'll move on to CSO Architects, Superintendent Tate.
Mr. President, board members, we have for you a presentation tonight from representatives from CSO Architects be speaking about the Davenport Central High School project, and I will let them introduce themselves.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Tate, members of the administration, and of course, most importantly, members of the community. My name is Jim Schellinger. I am the chairman and CEO of CSO Architects, and I'm certainly glad to be here again in front of you. It's nice to see all of you, albeit I would prefer it be under different circumstances, as I'm sure you would as well. We were asked to not dig into the nitty-gritty of the different bids, because I believe that was done last week at the Committee of the Whole. So we were asked tonight to make a brief presentation to you about our company and why you should continue onward to utilize our services to finish this project. So that's what we'll focus on tonight. Just for memory purposes, this is our team, and in addition to Andy McNeely here and my colleague John Rigsby, who was here last week, we certainly appreciate Gabe Gawi, who's in the background. He's been a great team member of ours, but this is a first-class team. Many of them are local. They have extensive experience in auditoriums and auditoriums, proven experience with community input, which is something that I was very proud of on this project, and it still troubles me that our budget is where it is because of that community input and the consensus we developed, and we certainly are familiar with the area and with the school corporation. We, as you know, had a series of workshops, and we thought this was real important because we heard about past projects, and we felt that it was important to bring the people together and to give them the opportunity to actually sit through and in a sense, design the building with us. We went through and developed an understanding of all the stakeholder questions, suggestions. We looked at the existing conditions of this 100-year-old building, the Central High School. We looked at options, conceptual options, and we got a lot of pushback, as you remember. We looked at revised options, some preliminary cost recommended options, and you'll remember in the final one we came back for you, and with many members of the community, they asked that we do the stretch pool and the seating for 900, which was approved at the time within the then budget. What I'm sure is frustrating to many of you, and I'm sure Mrs. DeFrau, it is frustrating, is that this project started off at a certain point in time as a $21 million project with a 6-lane, 25-yard pool, 700 seats, but there was no added parking. And we heard that parking was going to be a really big deal for us. There was a very big call from the swimming folks to go 8 lanes, 25-yard pool, and minimum 800 seats in the auditorium. That grew as time went on to adding the stretch pool, increasing to 900 seats, and as you can see, our number went up. And then we felt very confident on bid day of where our numbers and estimates were at, and we were very surprised and shocked that the number came in, if you figure in $4.2 million plus a contingency, it came in $5 million over budget. As CSO Architects, and I'm sure my colleague John Rigsby communicated this to you last week, we take full responsibility for our estimates. It's difficult to take responsibility for the bid market, even though we wish we could do that, but we do take full responsibility for our estimates, and we're prepared to do whatever it is to stand behind our work. The design solution, again, we've already covered a lot of this. It was the sad part for me is that this design, as it sits there today, in spite of the fact of the budget, this design is what the community wants. And it breaks my heart, as I'm sure it breaks the hearts of all you board members, that this is going to have to be value engineered. But as we went through this and as we added things to it, 25-yard stretch pools, additional parking, requiring we relocate tennis, and all sorts of things, things just grew. But again, that's our responsibility. I don't push that anywhere else but us. And again, it's a very tough school, 100-year-old school, and a very tough site. And I think that in the end of the day, it scared bidders. I think going at it as a general constructor, having a single source lump sum bid, I think it scared bidders. In addition, with the time frame, in addition to work that's coming up in the Quad City area here in the next year that they want to make sure they have staff for. The one thing I can't stress enough is our commitment. Since the bids came in, we have been working with the bidders around the clock. I would like to compliment Mr. Maloney. He has done an outstanding job jumping out of the, as they say, the frying pan and into the fire. He's done a great job facilitating the assessment between the difference between the budgets and the bids. We've developed a list of extensive options to consider. Of course, you know, contractually, we are required to revise and rebid the project at no cost to DCSC. And I would point out that when we interviewed for this project originally, in a sense to level the playing field, we waived all travel expenses. So even though we're 5 hours away, we've never charged any travel expenses because we consider ourselves to be one of the community. So at any rate, there's been a great investment you've already made. That's a good investment, and I assure you we'll stand behind our work and make sure that investment is good. Why continue with the team? There's 5 things up there. The thing, I guess, you can read those: qualifications, community school input, design solutions, team commitment. I guess for me, it comes down to 2 things. I've been thinking about this a lot in the last few weeks. And it comes down to 2 things. Number one, it's cost. Buildings cost what they cost. They are what they are, and it's unfortunate when we have these situations. Our firm's been in business 53 years. I've been, as of August 4th, I've been at the firm 30 years, and I've led the firm since 1996. This has only happened to us twice, and ironically, it's been on 2 school projects, 2 old, difficult school projects. We made the last one right. We'll make this one right. Starting over would be, I think, a detriment to the community input that we have. I think that we have found enough options that we can get this thing closer to the budget. So I think that the cost you would incur by hiring another architect would be counterproductive to where you want to put this money, which is in the building and in the classrooms that you have. So that would be number one. And number 2, and this is probably the bigger issue for me, is our commitment to your community. You welcomed us with open arms into this community 15 months ago. We came here, we've worked with your administration. It's been a great experience to us. But more importantly, working in the workshops that we did, you all remember Emma Shee that came to our presentation with her mom Diana, Michael Reese, the likes of Kathy Bosco and Kevin Price Brenner and Erica, and of course we can't forget Larry Gilhouse. We worked with so many people in this community that we committed to delivering them the highest quality possible for the money available, and we still are committed to that. So while we'll have to value engineer this building, I don't think there's anyone that could ever become in a reasonable time frame more intimate with the needs and the desires of this community that will enable us to deliver a product to you and to this community that will be of the highest quality for the funds you have available. You have my word on that. We will stand behind our work and do whatever it takes to rectify this situation. With that, I would be happy to entertain questions the board may have.
Thank you, Jim. Are there any questions or comments by the board? We're going to be debating this later this evening. This would be a great opportunity if we have any questions. Director Sherwood.
Can you give me a brief description of when you talk about value engineering, You say that with kind of a lament in your voice. Can you tell me what we'll be losing by value engineering this project?
Well, as you know, Mr. Director, there's a notion on your agenda tonight to hire a construction manager as a constructor and or as a administrator, and that's going to be key to us. A lot of projects we work on have that construction manager, which enables us to learn things during the design process about constructability, scheduling, value engineering, things like that, and also to generate interest in the bid market. So that's the first place I would go. I'm hoping that we can generate a lot more interest in the bid market, because the more bids we get, the better the bids are going to be. But in terms of value engineering, we are going to look at every single aspect of this design, whether it be the infrastructure of the systems, whether it be the exterior skin of the building, whether it be, we have a tendency to not want to revisit the scope issues as it related to the 900 seats and the stretch pool, which were so desired by the community. But there will be no brick, for a better word, unturned that we won't look at to see where we can save money and as little as possible reduce the value that we bring to you.
And I guess just as a follow-up, I understand there were a number of missteps that are in the bid that amounted to several $100,000 of issues not being caught by you guys before the bids went out. But when you talk about value engineering, instead of having an ornate box, we're having a box. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we're gonna work real hard to stay away from that. I don't like to use the word value engineering. I use value analysis. We're gonna analyze everything and determine just what it is. See, again, if I had the resources, I would write you the difference that check today, because this building, the way it's designed, is exactly what the community wants. It's something you would be proud of. It'd be a 50 to 75 year building as was intended, and it responds to all the things that the community told us they didn't like about a previous project, gymnasium project. But our goal, our design goal, is going to be to look at every single thing and to try to preserve all of the quality of the building with as little takeout as possible. You heard last week some of the hiccups in the bid. I mean, the precast being the one that makes no sense at all. And so there's several of those that, again, we were asked not to get into tonight. We're happy to if you'd like. But we think those things can be corrected in a rebid process, which we do. I would also tell you that to do this right, it's going to take us a couple months to get this back out and to get it right. And you'll certainly get to see it and approve it, and we'll be very articulate of every suggestion we're making to you prior to sending it back out to bid.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Director Dickman.
I'd like to apologize. I missed last week. My daughter was having her first cold. So could you, I don't know if this is redundant or not, but could you go over the process of how it became, went from the 6 lanes to the 8 to the stretch, and how that was a community decision instead of...
Director Dickman, that was a product of going through those 6 workshops that were up there before. And there were 2 large groups of people that attended those. One were people that supported the swimming program, and the other that supported the performing arts. And then there were others in between that just community citizens that wanted to hear. But the discussion about having the pool, the 25-yard pool, was a big one in order to compete with other teams in your conference. And then there was a compelling argument made that you're the only school district, I think the school, if I get this correctly, I've slept since then, that doesn't have a cool down area in the pool. So, and again, Emma Scheid gave a compelling presentation of why that's important for the preparation of swimmers before and after races and between races where there's multiple hours of wait period. And so it was really just came from them. Yeah, could you do a 6-lane pool with a cool, we got all sorts of options to look at, and we did, and we assessed those, but that's what they really wanted, and that's why we brought it to the board. And the same with the performing arts. We started off with less seats. There was talk about the theater downtown where larger events could happen down there. But everyone that participated was adamant. Actually, they wanted more than 900 seats. I think the preference would have been for 1,200. But the compromise was to go to 900 seats versus 800. And that was, again, brought to the board with specific prices on them and requested whether we should go forward with that.
Okay, and then I know that the construction is not coming out of our general fund, but I'm thinking 900 extra seats, 8 lanes and a pool. That's a lot of utilities to keep that much area warm. And you know, when we're looking at cutting reading interventionists and you know, having class sizes that are, you know, getting close to the 30 mark, I guess it's just hard for me to justify us continuing, you know, this very grand project. And I understand, and I think that it's great that we have community members advocating for our district to have state-of-the-art facilities like this. But then the upkeep on them, are we going to be sabotaging our general fund by having such a large project?
I certainly can appreciate that comment. And at the time, Mr. Martin was looking into utility costs. I'm sure Mr. Maloney's doing the same thing. I think one of the things that the community group emphasized to us throughout all these dialogues was that these aren't recreational aspects. These are teaching tools. These are part of the curriculum, and felt it should be looked at as maybe extra and then curriculum, that this is something that was just as important to the learning process as the classrooms. And so that's something that obviously could be debated, but I certainly understand and respect your point.
Thank you.
Anything else? And there will be opportunities. Are you planning to stay for the rest of the meeting?
Yes, sir.
All right, because there may be questions during the action item that we'll be making later. If there's nothing else, we'll move on with the rest of our meeting. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to communications. Director Snyder, would you mind reading our communications for us, please?
On June 9th at 7 o'clock p.m., there's a regular meeting at the ASC Jim Hester Boardroom. June 23rd, 7 o'clock p.m., a regular meeting at the ASC Jim Hester Boardroom. On July 7th, 5:30 p.m., Committee of the Whole, Jim Hester Boardroom.
Thank you. I guess that's pretty short. We do have some open forum requests this evening. Oh, excuse me, Director Kluhl.
Curious if we'll be moving the regular meetings to 6 o'clock in the future, or was tonight just an anomaly?
Tonight is not an anomaly. Let me try to answer the question for everybody. There was a request that we consider moving our board meetings to 6 o'clock in the summer and to 6:30 in the winter because our board meetings have been going longer than any of us want. This is the first meeting that we've had an opportunity to try it out at 6 o'clock. We moved the decision to the agenda committee. The agenda committee said, yeah, let's try it out at 6 o'clock for a little bit. We intend to make a decision. I think it'll be the first regular meeting in July, something like that, that we'll take it up as an action item by the board. We'll have had an opportunity to try it out a little bit, see how everybody thinks.
So regular meetings will be until 6 p.m., be at 6 p.m. until that time?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for asking for that clarification. Does that satisfy your...
I don't know how you could satisfy it any better.
Okay.
Totally clear to me.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on with open forum. Open forum is a time for members of the community to give input at a board meeting regarding school district issues or concerns. Individuals who want to speak should fill out an open forum request and give it to the board secretary prior to open forum. The board will not act on any issue presented during open forum if it was not published as an agenda item. The Iowa Open Meetings Law prohibits action on any issue that is not on the agenda. The president will set the amount of time allowed for individuals to speak during open forum. The board asks that no charges or complaints be made against individual employees of the district or community during open forum. Remarks that reflect negatively on the character or motives of any person will be called out of order. Tonight, I think we have about 10 open forum requests. All of you will be allowed 2 minutes, and I'll just read them off in the order that I have them. and then you'll come up to the microphone, state your name and address, and give us your thoughts. We'll start with A.J. Loss, Tricia Stepanek, Lori Glembine, Beth Wallace, Polly Guy, Judy Fleming Wigana, Megan Giese, Terry Toppler, Melissa Andrews, Jenny Kraft, and Susan Yarlem. So we'll start with A.J. Loss.
Great. Thank you in advance for your time. My name is A.J. Loss. I'm a resident of 1439 Antler Court in Bettendorf, but a proud graduate from 1990 of the class of 1990 from Davenport Central High School. I'm the president of Bush Construction. We are one of the Davenport firms that was invited to propose for construction manager services for the Central High School project. Tonight you'll receive a recommendation from administration to award a construction manager services contract for the project. The recommendation will be to pay an additional $66,000 to hire one firm over another. So, two things prompted the administration's recommendation. First, the higher priced firm has recent experience managing a pool project and an auditorium project. So let me address that one first. Having managed the commercial construction project of a pool earlier in my career, I can tell you that all types of construction projects are difficult to one extent or another. However, neither pools nor auditoriums are what I would consider rocket science. The healthcare work we do at Genesis every day of the week, working for them is very difficult, and life and death matters in that situation. So by all means, experience is relevant, but when it comes to pools and auditoriums, this is just another type of construction for those of us that do this every day of the week. Second, the higher price firm believes the project can be completed in 4 months less than what the architect identified. So if that's the case, the delta between the two firms is not $66,000, but it's actually closer to $200,000. You see, here's how this works. Professional construction manager services are typically based on the project's duration, okay? In this case, if it takes 20 months for us to build a project instead of 24 months, our cost to you would decrease by $129,065. Combine that with a $66,000 delta on the table already, the difference between the two proposals is $195,129. So my time is up. I would love, if you would, consider another option, which is Bush Construction for your services, or tabling this to have some further comment, and I'm here for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Tricia Stepanek.
Tricia Stepanek, 4023 Lily Avenue, Davenport. I have 2 children at Adams Elementary. There were 3 public meetings held regarding all 9 options. There was a very clear majority asking for E, with CC coming in at a close second. I would like you to consider that now, as well as when you are voting on option C. If all 9 options meet the criteria you are seeking, then I beg you to please vote on the 2 options the community has asked for. The parents, students, and teachers have spoken. It was not the majority's wish to have you vote on option C. I firmly believe that the findings from the sleep study will compromise the high school students regarding their sports, extracurricular activities, and their jobs. I would like to see the study be put to the side and have you take into consideration all of the students that have spoken up against it and what they have had to say. They are the ones that will have to live with your decision. I would also like to make note that there were no studies done for elementary students. If I were to say that elementary students learn best at 8:30 a.m., then you would have to look at why 3 of the elementary schools are still starting at 9:05 a.m. I believe that all elementary schools should be starting at 7:55 a.m. as to not give certain students a possible chance for a better education. That wouldn't be equal or fair to our students or community. Voting in favor of option C still leaves issues of safety, transportation, interference with after-school activities, family time, and financial loss for families at Wilson, Harrison, and Bluegrass. Please vote against option C and explore the options more favorable among our community. My vote is for option E with an amendment that has all elementary starting at or before 8 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Glembine.
Lori Glumbine, this is Oliver. We live at 1345 West 60th Street. I am here tonight to ask the board to vote no for option C. I'm a parent at Harrison. I'm a parent of a Harrison student. I am also a teacher at Harrison. All of the issues surrounding the new start time and end times have been heard. With option C's, families at Harrison, Bluegrass, and Wilson will still have to deal with these issues, but the families from other elementary schools will not. The only real issue left to discuss now is equitable education for all elementary students. Studies have shown, and the board has acknowledged, that developmentally, elementary students do their best learning in the early morning hours. As a teacher, I can attest to that. Recommending option C lets me know that you understand that children need to start early because you have moved 12 start times to 7:55 a.m., but not all elementaries were moved. Is that because children at Harrison, Bluegrass, and Wilson don't possess the same developmental needs? Of course they do. But you have recommended that 3 elementary schools be excluded from the same benefits of early start that the early starts would give others. What if all elementary schools were equal? There is an inequality in the prime time learning opportunities. Broken down, these are the numbers. 70 minutes a day that students in 12 other elementary schools are being exposed to prime time learning over the 3 buildings that are late start. 350 more minutes of prime time instruction a week. 209 hours a year in the course of an elementary school career. That is over 1,250 hours, or over an entire school year, that my child Oliver and his siblings and my students are robbed of. My coworkers and I are excellent teachers, but we cannot overcome these staggering numbers. If you really believe that sacrificing 3 schools is worth it for the greater good, then pick 3 other schools, but you'll just be damaging them too. But Harrison, Bluegrass, and Wilson have always had late starts. That's how it's been. No, not true. Not for Oliver. He will be starting kindergarten, and for him, he has never had a late start, nor has he been asked to go to school until 4 p.m. Parents in our buildings accepted the late start because before this year, the new start times were not up for discussion. It did not mean that all parents want the late start. If you choose option C, you are making a conscious decision to marginalize the education of our elementary students. But
Lori, I have to interrupt. Your time
I know my
is
time's up.
Okay. Can you?
Thanks.
But if you have a closing comment, I'll
I
let you.
just want to know what if you vote down C. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lori. Beth Wallace.
My name is Beth Wallace. My husband and I live at 1320 West 41st Street in Davenport. Our 2 children graduated from North High School, so I am understanding of many of the comments parents have made about the later start. I also know the school board's main concern is the academic well-being of high school students, and I think the later start will help students whose parents don't come to these meetings and speak for them. I also am a Davenport school teacher. For the past 33 years, I've taught at 4 different buildings, and I've taught kindergarten, 1st grade, 3rd grade, 5th grade, and English as a second language. I share that only so you understand I've been doing this a long time, and adding the 35 minutes at the end of the Harrison day is not equitable to a student at the other elementaries earlier time from 8 to 9. I didn't do quite as much math as the previous speaker, but I did add up Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays for 35 minutes at the end of the day that has been added that is not the best educational time. When I added that up and divided it, that's 10 school days that Harrison students, I don't feel, are getting a comparable education. I work with great teachers. Many parents, but not all parents, are involved in their students' education. It is a challenge, but after hearing about the central pool and auditorium, I'm even more frustrated as a Davenport taxpayer, and I appreciate Mrs. Dickman's comments. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you, Beth. Next is Polly Guy.
Hi, Polly Guy, 1546 West 48th, Davenport. I'd like to say I'm a proud Wilson Williams and West graduate. I am a teacher at Harrison, where I also have my daughter going to school and another daughter coming up. I'd like to say first and foremost, thank you for adding the extra minutes to our day. We need that extra time with our kids to be equitable with the other buildings, and we can always use more minutes in our day. I would like to say, please vote no to option C. There were many other options that were going to be equitable and fair for our students. They were conducive to our learning environment that we can use and facilitate to get our kids where we need them to be at the end of the school year. Our students are already going to be dealing with a 35-minute longer day, which is going to be difficult for our younger students, kindergarten, first, second, third graders who aren't used to that. To just tack those 35 minutes on to the end of our school day, where we normally would dismiss at 3:20, they're going to be dismissing at 3:55. That's a very long afternoon, especially when you consider some of those kids are getting up at 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning because they're 5 and 6, and because many of them go to daycare. They come to school hungry already at 9:05. They think it's lunchtime. So getting up and, you know, they're already halfway through their day when they get to school. It's not good for them. And we have high expectations and rigorous curriculum that we're trying to get with them, and we need them to do their best. And we feel like we're getting that through to them in the morning, and later in the afternoons not doing it. Thank you for revisiting this. Many of us really appreciate that. We hope, though, that instead of just passing through C to be done with it, that we can explore those other options. And I'm hoping Dr. Tate has some great things to share with us on why he's looking at option C over the other options that the public has been viewing as more favorable. So thank you.
Thank you, Polly. Next is Judy Fleming Wiggin.
Mr. Cromartie knows. Hi, I'm Judy Fleming Wiegand. I'm a proud parent of 3 Central graduates. I've been with the Davenport School District since 1977 when Mr. Cromartie and I had brown hair. You didn't.
I need your address, too.
2551 East Garfield Street.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I've always been proud of this district because we do put the students first, and I was happy to hear that again. Their health, their safety. We always are looking to provide them with the best possible education. About 30 years ago at Harrison, we were asked to change our schedule. We had been a school that started at 8:20, and we had been asked, actually we had been volunteered to be a later school, and we were told it was going to be for 1 year. And at that time, the teachers objected because we said we're losing the best time of day to talk to our children and to get them in there when they're eager and they're ready to go. And we were told it was just a year. And it's 30-something years later, and it never changed. Now we're being told we are going to add time to our day, and as our teachers have said, we're glad. We need that time. But tacking it on to the end of the day does not make sense. We need to get them in there when they're eager, when they're ready to go. Otherwise, we're burning daylight. Those kids come to us 3 hours into their day. 2:30, you start to see the lights start to go out. They're tired. That's why some countries have siestas. These kids are ready to go. They are worn out. My other concern is safety. At 4 o'clock in the winter, it's starting to get dark, and we're going to put kids 5 years old, 6 years old on buses at 4 o'clock. They're going to get off buses 4:20, 4:30. It's dark, and we're asking them to go out onto dark streets, icy streets, 53rd Street. That's a concern. As if I had a child that age, I would be very, very concerned about my child walking home at that time of day. So again, if it's good enough for the other elementary schools to have this consideration, we want this advantage for our students too. So I'm going to ask you to think seriously about option C. I think there are better options. We know there are better options. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. Next is Megan Giese.
My name is Megan Giese, and I live at 776 West 43rd Street in Davenport, and I have a son attending Harrison Elementary School. I urge the board to oppose option C, which is being considered this evening. Option C is discriminatory, particularly for the families and children at Harrison, Wilson, and Bluegrass elementary schools. The only unprejudiced choice for start times will be having all of the elementary schools starting at the same time, preferably at 8 a.m. or before. In addition to the financial discrepancy for elementary schools beginning at a later start time, the learning discrepancy between the schools is a major issue. Studies show that young children are at the height of their learning capacity between 7:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. This alone should spark the concern of any parent whose child will be attending a school until 4 p.m. You have a section on your website called School Schedule Options for the 2014 to 2015 school year. At the bottom of this page, you have 7 links about school start times. I have read all of the data on the 7 links which you have referenced, in addition to many hours of my own research. None of these studies that you feature have anything to do with elementary schools, but focus only on teenagers and high school timelines and peak sleep and learning times. I ask of you, why are you forgetting about our children? Why are you forgetting about the families? Please make sure you remember the families whose needs have not been met over the past years, including the families at Harrison, Wilson, and Bluegrass Elementary Schools, who will continue to suffer if you choose option C. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Next is Terry Toppler.
My name is Terry Toppler. I live at 1004 West 17th Street, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I will mention, too, there is a 4th elementary that sometimes we forget about, which is Walcott Elementary, that is also being considered for that late start. I want to just address one of the points, and that's why I'm here tonight, because I am very concerned about it. Our students currently start at 8:55 and get out at 3:40, but you're asking our students now to get out at 3:55. And you have to take into consideration the geographic location of where we are and how many of our students are bused. And that means they would not get on their buses until about 4:05, maybe even 4:10. Buses would leave about 4:15. In December, the sun sets at 4:45. You're asking our students to get out at dusk on cold, icy roads. And I know this because I've been traveling those roads for 34 years, from Davenport, because I live near St. Ambrose, out to Walcott and back. I've had a number of close calls on those icy roads. The temperature does drop when the sun starts to set. So I do hope that you'll think about that, especially during the winter months, because it is an important concern about our students that are bused on these roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Next is Melissa Andrews.
Hello, I'm Melissa Andrews, 2611 East 35th Street Court. I'd like the board to reconsider the option C and look at option E. That was the overwhelming responses at the meetings that I attended. There wasn't too much of a change. I would like to have E be looked at, with maybe the change with the elementary schools all starting the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Next is Jenny Craycraft. I hope I'm pronouncing that kind of right.
My name is Jenny Craycraft. You were really close.
Okay,
I live at
thank you.
2420 West 13th here in Davenport. I have 2 children that are Wilson Elementary students that already start school too late in the day. One of my children has special needs and does have to have special therapies after school. And if he does not get out of school till 4 o'clock, I am going to have to pull him out of school weekly in order to take him to his therapy appointments, which is something that he does not need. He already has an IEP to be able to get the special help and the special attention that he needs in school. I don't want to pull them out any more than I have to. So I would really like you guys to consider letting the children start earlier to get the better education and give them that advancement that they need, instead of getting out at 4 o'clock and walking home, because my children do. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And next is Susan Yarolem.
Good evening. My name is Susan Yarlem. I'm at 1813 West 17th Street in Davenport. I am very proud to have an elementary student at Wilson Elementary School. I am also please asking that the board goes against option C, and please consider the majority of what people are asking for, which was option E or option CC. I don't think that there is any need that a child needs to be in school until 4 o'clock in the evening. I think it's ridiculous that there's an hour and 10 minutes difference between the other elementary schools that are getting out earlier. I also work full-time, and I use the Stepping Stones programs. I even called Stepping Stones today to ask them if that program was going to be available in the morning and the night, and they still could not even give an answer. I am now a single parent working full-time. I don't get the discounts of morning and afternoon daycare. I don't get the meal discounts. I support my family, myself, and I. The change to having, I don't think any child should have to start before 9 o'clock. I think this is a definite importance that all of the elementary schools are able to start at an earlier time frame and get out at a decent time frame. By the time the child would get home from school, it, again, would be dark in the winter time. By the time they have a decent meal, get their homework done, it's well past the average bedtime that an elementary student should be going to bed anyway. Again, I'm asking you to please reconsider your option C, and please vote for option E or CC.
Thank you, Susan. You know, I was just thinking about the thousands of hours that we've all spent on this issue. All of you out there talking and thinking and planning and preparing and talking with your neighbors. And I know that this issue affects other districts. It affects all sorts of people around. The administration has put in a lot of time into thinking and talking and planning as well. They've put in a lot of time on the forums. We've received hundreds and hundreds of comments through various forms, whether it's through our website, through phone calls from you, emails, all of that. And the board, of course, has spent considerable time in trying to understand all of that and how does it all work. And I say all that in the context of our open forum process, which is really important. And I really wanted to thank each of you, AJ, Tricia, Lori, Beth, Polly, Judy, Megan, Terry, Melissa, Jenny, and Susan for coming forth tonight and publicly expressing your perspectives, because it is really important to the board as it makes this important decision. I just wanted to thank you one more time before we move on to our business. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding consent agenda?
Mr. President,
Director Crumity.
I move the consent agenda as presented by the administration.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Director Crumity.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of bills?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I would move that the board approve the following resolution in regards to approval of bills. The resolution is as follows. Resolved that all claims presented to the board, having been duly certified as correct by the secretary, reviewed by the administration and board members, and they are hereby audited and allowed as just claims and warrants drawn in the treasury for the several amounts. Further resolved, the payment of claims and salaries be approved as presented for the periods of May 22nd, 2014 through June 4th, 2014.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Klool?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
Director Crumwitty?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director DeFau?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Superintendent report.
None tonight, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to other items requiring action. May I have a motion regarding approval of compensation program for administrative employees?
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I move the board accept the administration's recommendation for the compensation package for administrative employees for the 2014-15 school year as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Sherwood.
Mr. President, could we have Marcia or Deb just review this for the public to let them know what this contains?
Superintendent Tate.
Deb Miller is coming forward.
So to review some of the information that's in your packet, the total package for the administrators this year is a 3.69 package. That includes salary and benefits. We have an administrative matrix that we implemented last year, so this is the second year of going into that. It replaces the matrix that was in place before that. That was a step matrix with 5 steps on it and steps that were kind of half steps that were implemented in various years. The matrix that we have implemented since last year has a responsibility index in it, and it also has factors for education and years of experience. And last year, with the first year of the new matrix, we tried to get as many of the building administrators on the matrix as possible, and so that's our principals, our associate principals, and our athletic directors. This year, the focus on the matrix was to try and get every administrator at least to 85% of the matrix, and so that's our building administrators, as well as our central office administrators, as well as our administrators in food service and operations. So we were able to do that. Marcia was able to work the numbers and come up with it so that we have everyone on the administrative lane at least at the 85%. We have 29 there's about 70 administrators altogether in the district. 29 of them will be 100% on the matrix if the board approves this. 13 will be at between 90% and 99% of being on the matrix. 24 will be 85% to 89% on the matrix, and we have 4 people that are above 100% on the matrix. They will also receive an increase, but it's a slight increase based on everyone else's.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion? Director Dickman.
I know that myself and a few other directors expressed some reservation about certain aspects of this matrix and the package, especially things like the disparity in between our lowest paid employees and our highest paid employees. But overall, I think that you've done a very great job in creating fairness and clarity.
And that was one of the goals, so thank you.
Anything else? Director Snyder.
I agree with Director Dickman on the clarity, but I don't necessarily know if I generally agree on the fairness. I still have an issue where we have a certain matrix that all administrators will be paid the same. Rather, I think that pushes us to where we're striving for mediocrity, where we're saying you don't have to go that extra mile because our administrators who put forth the least effort are going to get paid the exact same as those that are outstanding and put forward the most effort. And I guess that's where my biggest issue lies.
And I guess the one thing that we're trying to reward people with the matrix for years of experience and for education. And those are 2 of the factors that are implemented along with the responsibility index. And I have to say, in the 2.5 years that Jabari and I have been in our positions, we have a lot of our young administrators now saying, I'm going to go back to school and I'm going to get my specialist degree or I'm going to get my doctorate degree because now I have an incentive to have that. So I hear what you're saying, but I think that there are some good things that can come of this as well.
Superintendent Tate.
What I think you're advocating is a pay-for-performance system, and we do not have this in the district. I don't know many places that have it. And certainly, I would be an advocate for everyone to be paid for performance, but I would think it'd be fair that we'd have to do it for teachers as well as administrators. If you want to begin to look into that, we can, but I would like you to have the discussion beforehand of how much time you want to expend in doing that, because it's a big move. I've been places where we have used some pay for performance, but it's hard to implement, hard to get started, and hard to get everyone to agree to, but be glad to have that discussion.
Any additional discussion? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far down this road, but the research on merit pay, is what we're talking about, is not very complementary to the idea. Where it's been tried in large scale, it has failed. There are too many variables in education to be consistent with merit pay. Just about impossible to do that. Now, it may be different if you're putting in subflooring in a housing project, but it's a different ballgame in a classroom. So you got different materials coming in the door every year. You've got different moving targets. So merit pay is not a good idea. But what also isn't a good idea is not addressing poor performance in administrators or teachers. And I would encourage us as a district to improve our targeting of low-performing employees and coaching them up or encouraging them to find a way to some other vocation. But merit pay is not a solution, I don't think, in the educational framework.
Anything else? Director Crumwitty.
Just a quick comment. About 25 years ago, I believe it was, we did try it in this district, and we had it for 1 year, and it was immediately discontinued because out of all the administrators in the district, one principal received it.
Anything else?
Thanks for clarifying that.
Just a couple of things. The 3.69%, when you talk about that, is that, how do you calculate that? Is that for the whole group? Can we say that the whole group, whatever they are making, the whole package for all of them combined, is that 3.69, or is that an average per person?
No, it's the whole package, the total package for the whole group of 70-plus administrators.
Okay, and that is only for this year, and the matrix, all of this can be debated later for the next year, 2015-16. Is that correct also?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
No.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of compensation program for non-bargaining, non-administrative employees?
Mr. President,
Director Dickman.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation of the compensation package for non-bargaining, non-administrative employees for the 2014-15 school year as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Sherwood.
Jabari, who are these people?
We're talking about non-bargaining, referring
Yep.
to every non-administrative group in Davenport schools, particularly your specialist positions, your tech positions, and those of that nature. The goal this year was to focus on the technical piece. For several years, our IT people particularly have not really been overlooked as far as their increases, their salaries are concerned. There was a UAN study done twice. 1 year I was here with Jenny, and the second year with Deb, and it came back the same results, just needing to improve their salaries and kind of get them competitive with other markets in the district.
As it stands now, we have not been competitive with, especially in IT, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've been losing people?
Yep, we have. Our turnover rate for our IT, I would say within the 2 years I've been here, we lost 4 to 6 people And they're pretty talented. I mean, they're all doing different jobs. So when you say an IT administrator, when you say IT tech, you're really minimizing what they actually do. They all wear several hats, and they're all pretty educated. A lot of our employees, too, have been granddaddy into our district, so they spend 15 to 20 years working with the district, and have moved their ways up. And other people have come in with degrees in different categories and haven't been really compensated for that as well.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you focusing on these people. I think, as you say, they've been overlooked in the past. I can tell you from a classroom perspective that when we've got a good IT person supporting us, it makes all the difference. And when we have a bad one, it makes all the difference as well. So having good folks is critical for doing our jobs. And thanks for focusing on this.
Any other discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Director Dickman?
Yes.
Director Kluhl?
Yes.
Director Sherwood?
Yes.
Director DeFau?
Yes.
Director Crumwitty?
Yes.
Director Snyder?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to approval of community eligibility program. May I have a motion?
Mr. President,
Director Crumwitty.
I move the administration's recommendation that the following 17 schools implement the community eligibility provision to serve free breakfasts and lunches to all enrolled students: Buchanan, Buffalo, CVW, Fillmore, Garfield, Hayes, Hoover, Jackson, J.B. Young, Jefferson, Madison, Mid-City High, Monroe, Smart, Truman, Washington, and Wilson schools.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Dickman.
Could you come on up and,
Excuse me, I'm going to turn the chair over to the Vice President for a minute.
if you could just explain, not too much in too much detail, but just for everyone here's understanding why we're switching to this method and how it works.
Okay. The federal government sets up ways you can qualify students for free and reduced meals. And this is a new way to do that that becomes effective July 1. And basically what they allow you to do is look at the socioeconomic status of buildings based on their free and reduced percentages, particularly the people that qualify without a paper application. So those that qualify because of their participation in food assistance or homeless students or foster children. And when we look at the schools, the 17 schools on this list all have a socioeconomic profile that would allow us to claim reimbursement for every meal in the school for the federal free reimbursement rate.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just, we had a discussion at the COW about what it would cost to do the district, the entire district, and you came back with some figures that said we would be $1.3 million light if we went to the entire district. That obviously is a figure we can't accept at a time of budget crunch, but I do want to stress that I think I can speak for Director Johansson at least, and myself, and I hope others, that I think that should be our goal. If there's an opportunity that presents itself through grants or community participation or whatever it is, I would like to have have that on the front burner to make this district-wide if at all possible. Given that we can't sustain this kind of a hit, but if it's a more modest hit and we can figure out ways to do that, then I think we should be doing that.
Right, and they allow us each year, if other schools can qualify or be added to the list, even though it's a 4-year cycle, we're allowed to add schools every year that qualify. So we'll look at the numbers every year.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question. I'm not sure I understood the criteria again. So all of these schools, are they title schools?
All of them are not, but a lot of them are, yes. Kendall's not here, but I know that all the title schools we currently have are on this list, and there were 2 that are on this list that may be potentially added to title funding.
Any other questions? Okay, I will return the chair to the president.
Thank you. If there's no additional discussion, oh, Director Snyder.
I guess I do want to say one thing. I too would love to see this spread to the entire district, to where we're not leaving some schools out of this opportunity. But where it sits right now is I don't also at the same time want to deny these 17 schools, because basically when you get right down to it, it's going to allow more kids to eat. And I can't deprive them of that. Again, when I would like to see this go district-wide, because my concern does lie that in some of the other schools where you do have some affluent families that could pay for their lunch, those kids are going to be eating for free, where you have another building that's not getting free lunches and somebody that's right on the brink still has to pay. And that's a concern, and really the motivating factor why I'd love to see this district-wide. But as it stands right now, I really hope we do support this, because it will, in the end, allow more kids to eat.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
I don't want to expand the discussion, but philosophically, I'm concerned about expanding entitlement programs. I can understand that we want to have all of our underfed children fed adequately, because it's going to help us do a better job in schools. But I would sooner that we would somehow advocate for teaching people how to fish rather than feeding them fish. It's just a philosophical difference of opinion that I have with expanding these programs. I think we need to be very careful about that. I'm very appreciative of what we have here tonight. I think it's the right thing to do, but I want to be very careful about expanding these programs.
Any additional discussion? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, this week's edition of Education Week has a nice, interesting piece of research tying school funding, increased school funding, into increased school achievement. And it's no mystery to us, I think, that sit here that know that the more money we're able to bring to the table, if it's used wisely, the better that we're going to see our performance. That's also true with families. And so when you have a program like this, and Jamie brought it up, but I'll elaborate on it, that this gets to marginal families that may not qualify for free lunch, may qualify for reduced lunch, but have to still put an outlay for those reduced lunches. This, in fact, will bring a little more money to those families. Not a large amount, but a little more money to those families, and then empower them to do more with that money. Whether it's wisely used or not, I don't know if it will be, but I do know that it's pretty tough going to the pool and to the movie theater and to the museum without a few bucks in your pocket. So this kind of thing allows families a little more flexibility that are living on the edge. And wherever we can do that, I think we should do that. And I thank you for doing this.
Any additional discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Move on. May I have a motion regarding approval of CSO Architects?
Mr. President,
Director Kluhl.
I move that the board approve the continuation of CSO Architects of Indianapolis, Indiana for the design of the Central High School pool and auditorium as originally approved by the board on March 25th of 2013.
May I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Dickman.
But considering the date of March 25th, 2013, I know that there are 2 new directors on the board since then. I know that we've gotten a little bit of a chance to catch up on all the history, but would it be possible to make a motion to defer the vote to a later time?
Yeah, it would be, I apologize that I didn't bring Robert's rules here. I want to think through this. It would,
Table.
well, is it to table or postpone?
Postpone.
I believe it's postponed. Right.
Yeah.
So you could move to postpone the meeting, or I'm sorry, this decision. Oh, to a certain time. Thank you. I didn't realize we had that. Okay, great. And to postpone to a certain time or definitely is a motion by which the action on a pending question can be put off to a definite day, meeting, or hour, or until after a certain event occurs. And that is probably the right motion. And you could, for instance, make a motion to postpone until the next regular board meeting, which is June 23rd.
All right. Well, I would like to move that the board postpone the vote on the approval of the CSO architects until the next regular board meeting.
Okay. Let me note that just a minute. This motion does require a second, and it is debatable. May I have a second for the motion to postpone?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this motion to postpone? Director Sherwood.
Mr. President, I'm going to vote against this motion because if it were later in the discussion, I guess I would entertain it. But at this point, I don't. I think we need an opportunity to have a discussion and to kind of vet this as a group and in public. And if at the end of that process, a board member wanted to move to postpone, I might be more sympathetic. But right now, I think we need to have a conversation.
Thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Director DeFau.
I don't believe that postponing the vote would preclude the ability to discuss it at a later date. And out of respect for Director Dickman and her need to make an informed decision, I will be supporting her motion.
Any additional discussion? Director Crumwoody.
I'm curious, by postponing this vote until June 23rd, what information, and this perhaps is Dr. Tate's question, what information will we be provided to help us have a better understanding of the whole issue?
I will turn around. Which questions will you have? Because I would need questions. We've had discussions. I understand there's 2 new members, so I would just need to know what they would like to have, and we will do our best to provide it.
Director Dickman.
Primarily, I would be looking for just more time to review the original comments and the original debate from the process, along with any other questions that other board members ask.
Anybody else? I have a question for the administration. Does a 2-week delay at this point have any impact on the whole project?
I would have to turn to experts and ask, are we at a point where 2 weeks is going to put us over a cliff somewhere?
The schedule to deliver the project by August of 2016 is a relatively aggressive one given where we are. 2 weeks makes a difference at this point, and 2 weeks does not break the deal at this point. 2 weeks are valuable, but not make or break.
Okay, thank you. Director Snyder.
If we do postpone this another 2 weeks, are we subject to any additional, so to speak, like retaining fees to keep CSO as quote-unquote the architect in charge right now?
At this point, CSO continues to do work under their existing contract that is billable work. They've committed not to bill additional work for additional effort that's going to be required should they be retained, and we have to create new drawings and so forth. But the work at this point under the original contract is proceeding.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? I guess I've got to say I'm mixed right here. I appreciate Director Sherwood's thoughtfulness, and I respect Director DeFau's thoughtfulness as well. My debate is whether there's anything important, because right now CSO is here, and I'm sure they would probably be here for another meeting if we postpone this. And as I had prepared for the meeting, I had, of course, planned on all of this. Anyway, it's just a little internal dilemma, I guess. Nothing that you can do, and I'll just have to make a decision. Is there any additional discussion? We'll call for the vote on the motion to postpone this decision until June 23rd. Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
No.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries, and this issue has been postponed until June 23rd. May I have a motion regarding approval of construction manager agent for Central High School auditorium/natatorium project?
Mr. President,
Director Dickman.
I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation for Russell Construction as construction manager agent for the Central High School auditorium natatorium project.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Director DeFau.
I wonder if this perhaps is a premature vote, given the fact that we have yet to make a determination as to whether or not we are going to retain CSO. It would seem to me that we're putting the cart before the horse if we would in fact approve a CMA tonight. So I will make a motion to postpone the approval of the construction manager agent for Central High School auditorium natatorium project until the next regular board meeting of June 23rd, 2014.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion to postpone?
A second.
Is there any discussion on this motion to postpone? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, and I agree with what Nikki said in its entirety. During this period, I would like to hear this argued a little more detail, because I thought the points the gentleman made earlier were pretty solid, and I'd like to hear that a little bit more, like I said. Thanks.
Okay. You're talking about AJ during open forum?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion? Director Dickman.
I also think it's wise to take a little more time on this one. This is obviously a very large construction project, so we want to make sure we know what we're doing before we sign a contract, so to speak.
Any additional discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote on, this is the vote to postpone. Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. And this issue has been postponed until June 23rd. May I have a motion regarding approval? Oh, excuse me, Superintendent Tate.
Mr. President, I just ask that you give me some definitive guidance on what we should do in the next 2 weeks, questions we could answer, meetings we should hold, information we should provide, so that we use these weeks wisely.
Very good. Thank you for that request. And I'm sure everybody on the board will submit the right types of questions to the superintendent, primarily through the board secretary during the next 2 weeks so that the superintendent can have all of the information available to answer any questions regarding these two issues. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding approval of bell time schedule? Oh, excuse me. It's been requested to take a 3.5-minute break. Before we get into this, this may be a big deal. So, in fact, we'll take a 4-minute break. All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting. And may I have a motion regarding approval of bell time schedule?
Mr. President,
Director Dickman.
I'll go ahead and kick this discussion off. I move that the board accept the administration's recommendation that option C with start times of 7:55, 8:30, and 9:05 be used as the start and end time for schools during the 2014-15 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I made this motion, but I do not necessarily support option C. As someone mentioned earlier during open forum, Walcott also has an elementary school, and so does J.B. Young. And pretty much for any of the options, anyone who's in that last tier of start times, they're getting the short end of the stick, I guess is one way to say it. Nobody really seems to want to go to school that late because it is hard, and especially those who have young children, in the kindergarten range. If the sun beats them awake, then they're starting their days late. So having them start at after 9 o'clock and getting back at 4 is very tough for them to be able to learn. That's kind of my opening pitch. I've pored over all the options. I've gone back and forth. I've wrestled with all of them and the benefits and the detractors of everything. I know that the most popular option has been E. I do still have some concerns about that. I know CC was also a preferred option, and that does put or at least in the forums, but I have also gotten a lot of letters from the non-public schools, and just because they are less likely to show up at the forums, I'm not entirely sure if that deserves slighting them. I am curious how long it takes, or if we were moved to move all the tiers up 10, 20, 30 minutes, if that would be possible, and also then what time students would be getting on the bus if they did have as early as a 7:25 start time.
Mr. Scott, we asked this question. Why don't you talk a little bit about what we heard for the early start
travel
times?
time for the high school students could be up to 75 minutes. Typically, they try to stay around an hour, but it could be up to 75 minutes. So it would be 75 minutes prior to that if the high schools were on the first start time. The other middle school and elementaries could be up to an hour. Again, they say typically it's not longer than 50 minutes, but that they do have to stay under an hour. So it'd be 50 minutes prior to that.
Okay, so if it was the elementary schools starting at 7:25, their bus could be coming as early as 6:35.
Yes, it could be as early as
It could be
6:25.
as early as 6. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, when these first came out, I looked them over and I looked at CC, the option CC, and I remember even sharing that with somebody that I thought that's what I was going to support. And let me preface that by saying that my two youngest kids went through St. Paul's before they went to Central. My wife and their entire family went through the Catholic system, so I have a great deal of respect for those schools. However, I think our first obligation is the public schools, and where there is a conflict between the interest of the public schools and the private schools, I have to probably put the private schools second. And I think there is a conflict here. I agree with these parents that say these late start times at these three schools, and what probably ends up being 5 schools if we include Walcott and JB. I'm assuming those elementaries start at the same time as the as the intermediates do, then I have to support the idea that the public schools should hold sway. Having said that, I know the legislature gives us some liberty with how we can address the needs of the private schools, including financial compensation. So I'd like some idea from the district what that would mean for us if we did in fact put the private schools into the last tier.
Financially, or?
Yeah, financially.
Well, if we're still transporting them, then it'll be no different than right now. You're right, we do have other options. We can, in fact, pay people to transport. If we did that,
They opted
we
to
would
stay
lose.
their own time and take
Right.
monetary compensation. What would that look like for us?
We would lose money on that, because it's better for us, more efficient, if we provide the transportation.
Do we know how much money we would lose?
I don't have that figure with me. I just know, just in general, we would lose money financially from doing that.
Mr. President?
Yes, Director Sherwood.
I would like to move to amend the motion by substitution to substitute the proposed CC for the administration's recommendation of C.
Give me a minute here to keep track of everything. Whoops. So you're moving to amend the motion from the original C to a motion to adopt option CC to be used as the start and end times for schools during the 2014-15 school year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. May I have a second regarding the proposed amendment?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Dickman.
In reference to the questions that I asked earlier, if we vote in the affirmative on this motion, would we still have the option of shifting the times earlier?
The way that the amendment has been made, it is recognizing option CC, which has start and end times of 7:55, 8:30, and 9:05. And so the only way to shift start times and end times would either be to amend the amendment or to, well, I'm not even sure you could do something. Once, if you adopt this as it is stated, then that will be the start times and end times.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Director DeFau.
But a second amendment could be made, which would in fact propose CC with different start times.
A second amendment could be made, but it would have to be made after this amendment has been decided. Right. And if this amendment is decided, the the amendment that's being made right now to go to CC, if that's adopted, that would become the motion. At that point, unless we go to the vote, that could be amended. And that's your question.
Mm-hmm. That's
Okay.
a
Yes.
clarifying question.
Okay. Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
I do agree with moving assumption to align with the high schools. I do not think it's right to kick our non-public schools down to third tier for elementary. I was actually prepared to amend with option E, moving everything forward 15 minutes. I cannot do that at this point, but I would like to have that opportunity. But I cannot support this motion because I think it is unfair to our non-public schools, which we have a responsibility for.
Additional, Director Snyder.
I too was going to strongly suggest option E with the 15-minute swing back. If there's one thing we learned from the public on this, there really isn't a too early, but there is a whole lot of getting out too late. There's been a lot of talk where, well, Bluegrass, Harrison, and Wilson can start later because they're used to it. Maybe they are used to it, but they're not used to getting out at almost 4 o'clock. Those that start late, right now, as of last year, Bluegrass was getting out at 3:35, Harrison at 3:35, and Wilson at 3:30. And that is a big difference when they're being pushed to 3:55. So I, too, would support E with a pushback in time of 15 minutes.
Director DeFau.
Clarifying question, 15 minutes back or 15 minutes forward?
15 minutes back.
Can, you need to, please, Director Snyder, explain what you mean 15 minutes back.
For example, where your high schools would start at 7:45, I would say start the high schools at 7:30. Adams Elementary, 7:55, would actually start at 7:40, so on and so forth. 15 minutes earlier for each school.
Director DeFau.
And I guess I would have to strongly object to the high school starting earlier than they do now. I think it is contradictory to all of the evidence that we've been presented during the course of this dialogue. I also would remind that early bird would then be starting at 6:45 if in fact we would still be having early bird, or excuse me, 6:30. It currently starts at 6:45. I've been thinking a lot about this, and it seems to me that a lot of the challenges we're facing would be solved if we could in fact move to a 2-tiered bell schedule as opposed to a 3-tiered bell schedule. In inquiring about that, the information that we received at the board table tonight, as I'm looking for it, is that that would lead to an additional charge of approximately $1.9 million. And I assume that's an annual cost based upon a need for additional staff. Given our current budget circumstance as a board member, I don't really know that that's fiscally responsible of me to make that suggestion. And I don't think there would be any way that we could implement such a schedule in the upcoming calendar year. I do, however, think in our budget conversations that it may warrant conversation as to whether or not that is a solution that would cure a variety of concerns that have been presented during the course of this conversation. As a parent who spent 12 consecutive years with an intermediate school student, I can tell you that that intermediate start time was the most aggravating and challenging and frustrating of my children's career. You know, trying to find a way to be at work at 8 and to accommodate their arrival at school. The numerous calls that I made to ensure that when temperature was below freezing, that children were in fact being allowed in the building, because the practice is that they are not. And yes, I have witnessed children standing outside as early as 7:30 waiting for the door to open for breakfast an hour later in the freezing cold. And that's a voice we haven't even heard in this dialogue. One that Dr. Tate reflected upon the other day in conversation about the intermediate start time. So it really does seem to me that a 2-tiered bell schedule would afford us some flexibility that would allow us to move some times back, move some times forward, and much better meet the needs of our students. So it's an observation. I don't know we go from there. But, I really would be opposed to starting the high schools any later or any earlier. I do understand the concerns being expressed by parents who think it's ill-advised to have elementary students dismissing at 4 p.m.
Thank you, Director Sherwood.
Yeah, so when we started this process, it began by having a group of teachers and administrators look at start times as far as academic production. And they came back with substantial research that secondary schools, high schools benefit from a later start time. And so that, as far as I know, that research is irrefuted and stands. So now we're talking about ignoring that and going to a earlier start time for high schools than they currently are, which is kind of a slap in the face of the research and the people that did the work. What we find is that if we move this high schools to the 8:30 time frame, that kind of is where most of the MAC schools are. And so the idea that we're at some kind of a disadvantage by moving to that time frame doesn't, to me, hold a lot of water, because these other schools have the same disadvantage that we do. In fact, we have 3 of those MAC schools right in our own district, so we kind of influence that whole thing anyway. The other thing that we came up across when we were looking at these studies was the shortages of minutes in the elementary schools. And that can be addressed in a lot of ways, but it also pointed out during these conversations, these schools that have late start times, and I have a lot of sympathy for these parents that are talking about these kids coming out after dark, and the lateness of the day that teachers have talked about, and how the young kids fade. I think we're asking our young students to do more and more. There's a number of pieces of research now that we're overtasking these kids, and if we overtask these kids academically, plus we put them at a longer or later day, then I think we're looking at pretty dreadful times. So when we talk about fairness to private schools, what about the public schools? We've got 5 public schools here that are being affected by our decisions. Those private schools have school boards. They have people advocating for them. As a rule, they have highly engaged parents who, for the most part, have greater resources than our public school kids do. They're better able to flex their schedules than a lot of our public kids are. So to me, as a public school board member, my obligation is to public school kids first. And these late start times, these elementary late start times, with added minutes, is not a real good formula for success. At the same time, to honor the research and to try to push this district forward academically, CEC just seems to me to be the best option.
Additional discussion. Director Crumity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Director Sherwood's comments, because many of the things he said I was about to say. First of all, I want to thank this committee that worked for several months in making these recommendations, studying all the research, sharing that information with the board many times, and I don't want to just throw that out the window. I think that we need to take a look at it. I think option CC is a compromise. Is it the best? No, but I think it's the best compromise that we can make for our students in the public schools in Davenport. And several years ago, I got to thinking about this after our first vote. And by the way, I was one of the board members that voted in favor of the late starts for the high schools. And after that vote, it was brought to my attention by many elementary people in this district, parents, principals, teachers, that my spending all the years that I've spent in elementary schools, I completely overlooked elementary schedules. Several years ago in this district, we did have starting times that were very similar in all the schools across the district. And for some reason, that changed, and we had different schedules. By having schedules at the and starting times and ending times the same time, employees, staffs in this district, principals in this district have a time block that they can work together. That isn't true now, and it wouldn't be true if we would split up the elementary schedules, because we have some elementary schools at a different time. And so if you're going to have staff development activities, well, you're going to have to wait until that other group of schools is out before you can do that. So I strongly now support option CC. I think it's the best compromise for us. I too agree with Director Sherwood that we represent the public schools. I know many private school parents. I don't know what conversations have taken place with the diocese or Trinity Lutheran School or any other private schools that we have in the district. But I would hope that there has been some communication and conversation with those schools to let them know that this is a strong possibility, that their times may change. I strongly support having all of our elementary schools start at the same time. I don't want to throw out all the research and information that was brought forward by this committee, and by placing them in that middle slot, I think is a nice compromise. We'd have all the elementary starting at the same time. High school students would start a little bit later, and then our intermediates would all be on the same schedule, along with the private schools. So I am going to strongly support option CC.
Director Defoe.
I'd like to ask for a point of clarification, because on chart CC, there is in fact two sets of times. There's a new start and end time, which is 7:55 to 2:45 in the first tier, 8:30 to 3:20 in the second tier, and 9:05 and 3:55 in the third tier. However, if you look at the bottom of the chart, there's also a set of start times that is 10 minutes earlier. So it would be 7:45 to 2:35, 8:20 to 3:10, and 8:55 to 3:45. So was that, in fact, a second set of options, time options attached to CC?
Superintendent Tate.
Yes, for public discussion, we provided those. So, in fact, there were twice as many options. And it was mentioned a few times during the public discussion that, they prefer an option with the earlier start time. So, again, it was for discussion, just to give people some options and some other alternatives.
Okay. So, in fact, as Director Sherwood has proposed option CC, which contains two sets of times, one of which is 10 minutes earlier than the other, if we approved option CC, we could in fact approve the earlier start time attached to it as opposed to the later start time, correct?
My interpretation is that the the representation of CC is with the new start and end times, and that we would have to amend it at some appropriate time to go to the earlier start times. I don't believe that the amendment, the way it was proposed, allows to go to that earlier start time without some sort of decision by the board. Okay. Any additional discussion?
Mr. President?
Director Sherwood.
No, I'm not real clear on this, but I think I might be able to entertain a friendly amendment to include that earlier start time if that's an interest of...
It's possible. It depends on your interest and the seconder's interest. So the second was made by Director Kluhl. You made the motion to amend to CC,
right,
and the motion was seconded by Director Kluhl. If both of you agreed that what you meant through a friendly amendment is CC with the earlier start times, then that can be the amendment that we vote on. Is that what you're
I would
asking?
stipulate that, yes.
Okay. Director Kluhl?
This is certainly getting convoluted.
That's the truth. Thanks, Nikki.
Do what I can.
I would not second that.
Okay, thank you. So the motion stands as, the amended motion stands as CC. Is there any additional discussion? Director Dickman.
Another point of clarity, we could vote and support the motion to be CC and then could amend it again to change to shift the time.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Director Snyder.
I guess I just wanted to point out one last time that option E is the least disruptive, and we are not sacrificing 3 of our own schools with young children, as well as all the non-publics, when there is an option out there right now, option E, that is least disruptive to all parties.
Anything else? Director Kluhl.
Well, I have to start at the beginning. I know we're in an amendment here, but in order to get to where I need to get to talk about this amendment, I need to talk about some stuff ahead of time. And the first thing is that I appreciate the time that the Bell Time Committee did and the superintendent spent on working on arriving at 1080 hours versus 180 days. Was the initial intent of the committee to decide that, and I think they made the right decision. The board approved it. Along the way, the thought came that the board is really all about achievement, so what else can we do in terms of achievement? And the thing that came up is something that the board has actually talked about in the past, and that is what can we do to help our high school students in terms of better start time. So they came up with the idea that the later start time would certainly benefit those kids from 14 to 17 in terms of trying to work with them in their circadian rhythms to help them to be better achievers in school, and I absolutely support that. So I'm thankful for what administration has done. The public, you know, with all the forums that we've had, we listened, and I know that every board member wasn't there every time, but believe me, we have done, I think, a pretty good job of listening. And I was most pleased to see a comment from one person who said that had I brought the issue of changing the start time up to another unnamed district, they would have laughed me out of the office. Dr. Tate and his forums, I think, have been exemplary in terms of listening to the public. I know it's been a bit confusing, and the president actually did the letter to the editor to explain that the public is actually not voting, but is part of the process. So we had the administration, we have the public, then we have the board. And with the public, we did listen, because as you recall, we were going to have some of our elementaries and middle schools, for instance, Washington and Sudlow, running at the same time. That was the wrong thing. The public said, don't do that. We changed that. The 9 o'clock start time was too late to start for the high schools. So again, listened, 8:30 comes back. And then the most recent issue was the rescission of the vote when 9 o'clock for elementary schools was considered to be too late. So we have listened. Now it comes time for the board to make a decision. And I think that administration, the public have all spoken, and it's time for us to consider the research, and it's time to consider the public values in terms of what's the right thing to do for our community. And so there, as I was thinking through this, there are any number of public laws and regulations and guidelines to try to help us in terms of appropriate behavior. We've got laws for speeding, we've got usury laws, we've got seatbelt laws, cell phone laws, and we've got compulsory education laws in terms of when it is that we have to start school. Although interestingly, Iowa law doesn't require kindergarten, so we're still working on that. But in my opinion, and this is just this board member's opinion, I think that we're stretching a bit far when we try to regulate the time when we want teens to go to bed. It seems to me that this is government overreach. Now, the end goal is to have students that are high achievers. That's the end. But I don't think that this element that we're trying to put forward is within our jurisdiction. I think it's stretching a little bit too far. Now, in regards to the parochial schools and option E, I think as Director Snyder said, this is that option E is probably the most equitable for all of us in terms of putting the high schools in line with the high schools, our high schools, and the elementary schools in line with our elementary schools, and doesn't kick them down to the third tier, which nobody seems to want the third tier. We do have a responsibility, and what I was thinking of is the statewide voluntary preschool program, where the state has asked us as a public school system to manage funding for private schools, and we do that. We do an equitable job. We not only have our schools, public schools, but we fund private schools as well, and the state trusts us to do that. I think along the same lines, that we have taxpayer dollars paid for by these private school parents, and they should get their fair share. And I think it's up to us to be responsible in how we treat them. And I think putting them down in third tier is the wrong thing to do. I do not think that's equitable, and I don't think it's the kind of thing that a large school district should be doing to a small private school population. In regard to the high school start times, granted, we are moving the wrong direction with option E, 7:30 start time. I understand the research. I believe the research. But I also believe, as I said, that this is overreach. I think that we have tried to work with the public, and I think we need to continue to work with the public, because I think our children need to get adequate sleep. And I know, I've had teenagers, I know how hard it is to do. And I think that at the district, I think that we need to continue to push parents to work with their children, to get them to bed on time. But for us as a government bureaucracy to try to change family behavior, I just think is a bit much. We need to work on that goal, but I don't think it's our responsibility to do it. So I really believe, not because the majority of people have said that they want option E, but that because it just makes most sense to me that we do that, and at the same time moving the schedule up 15 minutes all the way around. I think that one of the things that does do, it also accomplishes one of the issues that came up quite late, and that's the issue of intermediate start times, where the intermediate principals have come on board and said, look, you know, we were too late to begin with. We need an earlier start time. So this would then advance them as well. So I think that there are a number of reasons why option E makes sense for this district at this point in time.
Director Snyder.
I guess I wanted to clarify one other thing. When I spoke earlier and talked about some of the current end times, I had actually copied some information down incorrectly from another chart. Currently, Bluegrass gets out at 3:20, Walcott 3:40, and Young at 2:40. So we would be pushing kids at Young back an hour and 5 minutes with option CC. An extra hour and 5 minutes. Can you imagine a 5-year-old or 6-year-old sitting for an extra hour and 5 minutes?
Any additional discussion? Director DeFau.
Point of clarification, I know that when J.B. Young became a K-8, it was staggered start time for the elementary and the intermediate. Is that the case yet, or have they merged to one schedule?
They will be merging to one schedule for next year.
Okay.
Anybody else? Director DeFau.
Again, a point of clarification, because I want to make sure if we vote on the amendment option CC and it is approved, it is still amendable to a different start time.
Yes, at that point, if the amendment is adopted, then that amended motion would be the motion on the table, and it would be amendable.
And if it were voted down, could it be could the original amendment be re-amended, or the original motion be re-amended to bring forward CC with a different start time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Additional discussion? I've got a few comments. You know, I don't normally tell stories, but I was reminiscing about a story that Director Sherwood talked about, and I don't even know if it was relative to this or something else. And I thought about what a bad pun it is to say what I'm going to say, because I do not like to throw people under the bus. And but I want to tell this story because it's personal. I have 3 kids, and my youngest kid, Luke, and we live out kind of north of Buffalo and east of Bluegrass on a road called 100th Avenue. And it's a north-south road. And we oftentimes, there's a field on the west side, and we oftentimes get winds, and we get horrific drifts on 100th Avenue. And on this particular day, and of course remember, this is quite a while ago, not anything recent, and I'm not talking about how we do things in the district, I'm just giving an example. So Luke was, I don't know, maybe 6 years old, and we'd had one of these horrible storms. Drifts were probably 3 or 4 foot high on 100th Avenue. We're about a mile south of Highway 61, and so Luke was dropped off at Highway 61. He had a mile to walk, 6-year-old, and it was dark out, and it was blowing snow. It wasn't quite a blizzard at that point. But when I think about what could have happened, I don't even know exactly how we resolved to go get him. But I think he ended up somehow getting to another house, and then we eventually got him. But if he'd got stuck somewhere and just got stuck in a blizzard, who would have known? You know, we might have found him the next day. It does bother me incredibly to think about our young kids, this idea of having our youngest kids going to school till 4 o'clock for a wide variety of reasons. And I do believe that all of this research, and I haven't re-reviewed it, but it may not have been complicated with some of the issues that we have with busing. I think the busing issues are incredibly complicating with respect to this whole issue. Anyway, a lot of little pieces in this. One of the comments that somebody made was, why aren't we thinking about red versus yellow versus green, which is over here on this data wall. And our high schools are in the green quadrant, which is where we're trying to get all of our schools. And when I think about that, and I think about all of our other schools, I'm thinking, okay, academic achievement, we, the board, have to think about all of it. And I'm thinking part of that data wall is really to help us understand where we need to focus our resources. When I think about it from that context, I think we need to focus our resources on especially the red and yellow and move those schools up to green. And when I think about it that way, and our high schools are already in the green, I'm inclined to think about our resources at the other schools as being, I don't want to say more important, but we have to get all of our schools to the green, and so I want to focus resources in that way. You know, the idea of throwing out the research, I don't think we're throwing out the research. I believe strongly that this disruption or possible disruption is not what we need as a board or as a district or as a community. We're going to be really disruptive, I think, in some of the things that we do in the coming months with our budgets. We're going to be cutting a lot of stuff. We're going to irritate a lot of you out there. whether it's teachers, parents, and and there'll be a lot of people here contesting some of the decisions. The thing I've been thinking with least disruptive is that I don't think there's a sense of urgency in adopting the idea of letting high schoolers sleep later so that we can have more academic achievement in that area. And I think that if we could put this to bed and have the administration really think about all of these issues. It was pointed out, I think, earlier in one of the public or the open forums, just how do all these sleep, how does that affect other students? There are a lot of other issues, and I think that this particular issue, the sleep study, is only one of several. One of the things that I've come to believe over this long period of discussion is that the last tier is the one that nobody wants. And I think that Director DeFau, in suggesting the idea of 2 tiers, I really believe that that's the right decision or right solution, if only we had a couple million extra dollars. But conceptually, if that last time slot is the one, we can't have high schools in there. And when I look at the continuum of when are you going to start high schools, and we say, well, we want them to start late, but not too late, because then they'll miss out on all of these after-school activities. And so we kind of wedge them in the middle, so it's kind of a little bit later, but not too late, and that forces then some of our schools into the 3rd slot, which, again, my perception is that that's the slot or the tier that nobody wants. We received a letter from all of the intermediate principals, and they asked strongly that they not be put into that 3rd tier. The elementaries in general have asked that, and I think the board in general has said we don't want the high schools in the last tier. One of the things that in particular, and not because I live out in that area, but just because of the fairness issue on CC, to continue to put bluegrass when we talk about fairness and equity and all of this stuff. And when I tell that story earlier, and I know what it's like out there, and I don't know what all roads there are, but I know that the roads in that area can be treacherous. And it's not only ice, sometimes it's snow, and to have young kids out at 5 o'clock, if we end up having them stay till 3:55, and then with bad conditions, it could be even later than that. I just can't support that kind of an approach to having one of our schools out there by itself. And so if we could get to an option E, which says kind of let's keep things where they are, and in fact, as a couple of board members have suggested, maybe move the times up, as unpopular as that might be for some of our board members, that's where I would be inclined to be, and I would not be inclined to support the amendment. Is there any other discussion? Director DeFau.
I think it's very unfortunate that this conversation from the beginning became about the length of time high school students sleep. Because it's really not the amount of sleep that they get, but it's the byproduct of a later start time that is what has compelled me to be interested in looking at pushing high school start times back. And that is less truancy, less behavior problems, higher achievement, and less accidents as children are traveling back and forth to high school. I think those are all outcomes that we would be in support of. Now, if we can reach those byproducts by pushing the start time back, that's what motivates my vote, not the fact that my student may or may not choose to get an extra 90 minutes or an hour of sleep. Most likely he may not, but I'm a parent. It's my job to parent. I'm not asking the school district to parent. I'm asking the school district to put in mechanisms that enhance my child's learning environment, increase the likelihood that they will be safer going to and from school, that they'll have less disruption in their classroom, and an overall better educational experience. Pushing the high schools forward by 15 minutes does not accomplish that whatsoever. And I can't believe that that's actually being proposed as a suggestion that that would cause less disruption. You know, if in fact we looked at CC and the start times that are at the bottom of the chart, which would be 7:45 for elementary schools, 8:20 for the high schools, and 8:50 for the intermediates. 8:50 is 5 minutes earlier in the current start time for intermediate schools. That is not the best case scenario in my mind for intermediates, but until the time that we could perhaps get to a two-tiered schedule, which would take a year of planning and budgeting conversation at the least, then I in fact think that this is in the best interest of our elementary students and our high school students, because it does make a modest increase in the start time for them, and in fact maintains the intermediate schools, which by virtue of that is a hold harmless as a best case scenario. That's what I would propose, and I understand it's putting a burden on non-public school parents. I get that. I do strongly agree with Director Sherwood. We're in the business of providing education for public school students and making sure that they are afforded the best education that we can provide them. And we have space available.
Director Sherwood.
Let the tittering quiet down first. And I agree with everything Nikki just said. I also want to point out that if we accept this amendment, this substitution amendment, it doesn't preclude amending that amendment. And to your point about bluegrass is well taken. I think that there, the history of Kimberly Center, now Mid-City High School, is that when we first opened in 1987, we started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and we went till 9 o'clock at night. And we did that for two reasons. One is that we read the research, which really hasn't changed. It's only been strengthened over time, that our kids, especially low-income kids, benefit from a later start time. And we found that was true, although then we had to make some accommodations for all the kids that wanted to work, and gradually that came forward. Those kids now start at about 8:35, I think, and probably work at a higher rate than the regular system kids do as far as out-of-school activity, work jobs kind of thing. But I think there might be a place here where, with a combination of Keystone or and East Locust and so forth, we could find a way to bring that elementary forward, maybe not to the first tier, but perhaps to the second tier. And that would be a goal that I would endorse if that meant trading off some of the time for some of our high school kids, then I would be willing to do that. But what Nikki said and what's been said about the research about building the environment for education, it's why I'm here. And it also, this whole conversation has brought up a number of points of conflict. It is unacceptable to me that we have sports teams that pull kids out of classrooms to travel. That's unacceptable. And some of these teams do it with more regularity than others, but that it happens is a conflict with our educational goals. Now, unquestionably, the value of sports is proven, but when it comes in conflict with educational time, I'm not sure that the benefit is there. And so we need to have a serious conversation within this district and within the MAC about honoring educational time. And when we see conflicts between the public and the private, although I sympathize a great deal because, quite frankly, almost every one of my friends has been educated in the Catholic system, that's not my job. That's the job of the Catholic School Board and the board at Trinity to take care of those folks. And there are options that they have. They have the options of taking a cash settlement that they can supply their own transportation system through. They have the option of staying with us in the Tier 3 situation. But our obligation is to these kids. And I would reiterate once again, those schools, and I know them well, are peopled with parents who are highly engaged. And as a rule, not all, I mean, because we certainly weren't rich ourselves, but as a rule have resources that our average kids don't have. And so they are better able to cope with these things with before school care and after school care and so forth. There are exceptions to that, but not to the level that we have in the public system. So I think this is the best thing we can do. We can modify it a little bit after we adopt it, but this is the best thing we can do to honor the research and the needs of our kids.
Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
I just want to say that, in terms of how we treat people, I mean, we do character education in our classrooms, and I think in terms of taxpayer equity, again, this district has a responsibility to treat fairly those people who pay taxpayer dollars, just like public schools do, public school parents do. We have the power to relegate them to a third place position, which is a third tier. We can do that. Is it fair? That is a question for each board member. I do not believe it's fair.
Any additional discussion? I want to comment on the non-public schools as well, because there's something about the way that we've looked at, not only here but in our legislative advocacy committee, we think about all Iowa kids. When Bill Gluba was on a little bit ago and talked about the collaboration between the city and the district, and I think that's true. We're doing things, and I think that the school district has collaborated, and we have some great partnerships with some of the non-public schools. We really do in a wide variety of areas. And I do believe that the fairness issue, I mean the advocacy part and thinking about what's fair and who do we advocate for, I believe is important. There were an awful lot of non-public school people that attended our forums and that spoke out at our forums. And I do believe that we have to treat all of the students there. And in fact, in one of the options, and let me make sure one of the options actually had Assumption in the first tier, and I think our high schools in the second tier. And I thought, well, wait a minute. If we're advocating for this strong position that we should move all high school students to a later position, but not too late, why wouldn't we move Assumption along with all of our high schools? It's not one of these two that is being discussed, so I won't really get into it. But with this CC, even though I appreciate, Director Sherwood, your acknowledgement of the difficulty and that you would advocate doing something with them, the way CC is written, they're out there completely by themselves. And the way the bus schedules are set up, they try to do it in pairs. I suspect that to try to move them to any other start time or end time would create significant difficulties. I think it's a lot harder than we might think. And I can't imagine how we would take Bluegrass off of that CC if that's what we vote for. Any additional discussion on this amendment? Director Snyder.
One last comment. I by no means am disputing the research on sleeping in high school students. I'm not qualified to dispute that. I'm not a scientist. I haven't done research on my own. But in the end, I have to still be highly concerned that the students that we're trying to protect we're actually doing more harm to in the end with restricting them in the way of extracurricular activities, employment, so on and so forth. And I really am concerned that the potential positives, and I stress potential, certainly don't outweigh the potential negatives. And also, in regards to our non-public schools, yeah, we're all board members for public schools, but to me, it doesn't end there. I still feel responsible for educating all the kids in our community. We have a lot of people that attend these public schools that pump a lot of tax dollars into what we do every day with those kids. And to turn our backs on them and sacrifice them to save our own, I have a problem with that. I stressed when we rescinded the vote that having a vote again in another month wouldn't give us enough time to really look at everything. And I can't help it but feel that's exactly where we're at tonight. I really feel there's a lot of things that we haven't been able to come to consensus on. And as much as it pains me to say it, E right now, I've said this a lot of times tonight, E right now is the least amount of change and disruption. And nothing says we have to stay with that, but it gives us the opportunity to get our schools that are under the state minimum right now that we need to raise up, get them up to where they need to be, and continue on with the discussion of possibly going to a two-tier bus system, and look at something that doesn't sacrifice a certain number of kids to save some others for a potential long shot of an increase in student achievement. I just, as a public school board member, cannot sacrifice any child to benefit the children that we are here to support.
Any additional discussion? Director DeFau.
As we've been having this conversation, not just this evening, but for the last few weeks, I've been reminded of more than once of some wisdom that had been shared by Director Zamora in the past, which is that people can accept almost anything as long as they believe it's being enforced consistently and uniformly. And also Director Roberson, who said, don't waste my time if we're going to go through the process of having this very highly charged conversation and about what's in the best interest of students. At the end of the day, doing nothing really serves no purpose.
Director Dickman. Oh, okay. Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
Just concerned about characterizing what we've done as doing nothing if it were to be option E. I think the discussion that has been held with the public the research that administration has come forward with, the discussion that this board has had, I think has brought us forward. But to characterize it as nothing, I think is totally wrong.
And I respectfully disagree.
Any additional discussion? Director Sherwood?
Yeah, and this characterization of sacrificing kids, that's kind of offensive to me. The idea that we all work for every kid in the state is absolutely true, but we're also responsible for, as we would be in a medical emergency, for triaging in situations like this, looking at who is most capable of surviving, who's the weakest, who needs the treatment the most, and a low-income public school that is starting at 9 o'clock in the morning and going until after dark is not in the same boat as most of these private schools, period. Just period. And they are better able to withstand that than those kids are. And so you want to talk about unfair? That's unfair. It's unfair that we'd sit here and characterize that as sacrificing those kids when we're doing the same thing to our own kids who are less capable, least capable of dealing with it. You know, that's a little disconcerting. We do the best thing for all kids, but that doesn't mean that every kid gets exactly what we would like them to have. And in a situation where you're choosing between those schools with a great deal of resources, have you been to one of those auction nights at one of those schools where a picnic table that's made by the kids and their handprints are put on it, that sells for $3,000, $4,000 at an auction, and then you go out to Harrison and see what you're going to get for that same picnic table? You know, don't tell me that these kids are the abused ones by comparison. That just isn't the situation. Whether I'd like to have them all start at 8 o'clock, absolutely. If we could do that, that'd be wonderful. But again, we're a public school board. They have their own school boards that deal with their issues. So let's at least respect their ability to deal with some of their own issues.
Director Crumody.
Once again, I'm going to reiterate, I'm going to support option CC. And if you look at option CC, once again, we have most of our elementary schools all starting at the same time, ending at the same time, which possibly could save us some money in staff development. If you look at option E, I think there are 6 different starting and ending times at the elementary schools. You have neighboring schools, Fillmore and Harrison, which I believe is an hour different, which wouldn't allow them to do any type of activities together. If you have schools in the same area, for example, Buchanan, Truman, Harrison, Fillmore, you could do a lot of staff development with those groups because they all have the same schedule. But we can't do that now with our present schedule, and you can't do it with option E with the schedule. You'll have Bluegrass, and if there's any possible way we could move Bluegrass, but then you also have Walcott and Young in that situation with option CC. Those would be the only 3 elementaries. To me, it makes the most sense to start our schools at the same time, which that would mean most elementaries, all the high schools, and all the intermediate schools. And I appreciate Director DeFaw's comment about if this option is approved, then let's take a look at the starting and ending times that are also listed on this sheet. So it makes more sense to me than option E. I'm not sure what we're accomplishing. I do think we're throwing out the research because we're back here to an early starting time. So these people worked for months providing us this information, and we're completely ignoring it, like Director DeFaw just indicated. So again, option CC makes the most sense to me. I heard that also. I only had the opportunity to attend one of the forums, but also from some of the information that I received from teachers and principals, other administrators in this district, that that option makes sense to them also. So, thank you.
Additional discussion? Well, I've got to respond again to some of these, this idea that's presented in option CC of holding Bluegrass out as totally different from every other elementary school is unfathomable to me. I just cannot understand how when we talk about equity and fairness and all of this, and we say, oh yeah, except that school out there, we can let them go ahead and go to school, and it isn't just the start times, it's the end times as well. And to not give Bluegrass some sort of equal consideration is just incredibly difficult for me to accept, that we will go ahead and not acknowledge them from an equity perspective relative to this whole issue of start time and end times. I disagree completely that the research has been thrown out completely, because I believe that if the research is there and the implementation of something like this, which I believe is radical and disruptive, it's something that can be done over time. I don't believe that the change in these start times, and I wish there were a way that we could measure all this, because 2 years, 3 years, 10 years down the road, it'll be interesting to see where we are, no matter how we or what decision we make. And trying to determine cause and effect is very difficult as well. Is there any other discussion? Director DeFau.
Another point of clarification, on the last page of the documents we received, it has the 2013-14 start times for the different schools, and if I'm reading it, Bluegrass is a 8:55 start time with 3:20 dismissal time. Was that both elementary and middle school?
Well, Bluegrass is elementary.
I'm sorry, yeah, I apologize. That was elementary school, correct?
Correct.
So the time would be the same on option CC.
No. Option CC adds, if you go to CC, it goes from 8:55 to 3:45.
Instead of 8:50, oh,
Or I'm
okay.
sorry, 9:05 to 3:55.
But if we use the earlier start times.
If you went to earlier, it would
that's
go
8:55
8:55 to 3:45.
3:45.
Mhm.
So we're adding, 25 minutes.
Right.
Okay. So, excuse me for misspeaking.
No, it's not misspeaking. Clarification is really important here. Director Sherwood.
Dr. Tate, is there a combination of Keystone, East Locust, whatever it might be, in the Tier 2 that could be moved to 3, that would make sense that we could then in fact bring Bluegrass up?
That's possible. We kept them in the middle tier to be with the high schools.
I understand.
And so if you're saying that they can go later, we could certainly look at that. We did look at if there was anything we could do to move Bluegrass earlier, and just the transportation would, at this point, not let us do that. But yes, if we started doing something with Keystone and East Locust, if we thought that that was something to do, then that might be. But again, we've got to check it out.
I understand.
Do you know offhand, Rob, whether that's a possibility? You're the expert on those routes.
Some of the difficulty with the Bluegrass is just the location of the buses. For cost-saving purposes, those buses are located on the west part of town, and they're shared between the Buffalo and the Bluegrass. So it would be, I would have to say there would be some additional cost in moving it there. Would the routes become available if we moved Keystone or East Locust? Those are several buses for East Locust and Keystone, so that would definitely free up buses.
And so then there might be some modest increase in cost, but not.
I think they've told us that there would definitely be an increase in cost in moving Bluegrass over. Now, what that cost number is, we don't have that.
Okay, so did we have any ballpark figure?
No, because it's really, it's uncharted as far as moving those buses to different locations and the travel time of where they would connect with, who they would pair with. So I don't have that.
Okay, but it's doable, and we just don't have the answers to the money part. Okay, thank you.
Director DeFau.
Am I correct in recalling that we were told in the past it was roughly $70,000 for a bus route?
No, 44,000.
44,000.
Right.
So if we were to add a Bluegrass bus route, we can anticipate at least that much, approximately that much.
If it was a full route, I mean, again, this question has not been asked, and there's just so many variations that we haven't thought about that one. We'd have to go back and ask them and get an answer.
Director Dickman.
I do plan on supporting this motion to move to CC. I also then plan on amending or offering an amendment to push all the times earlier by half an hour or 20 minutes at least, because as Director Snyder had mentioned at one point, there seems to in the community be a very big reaction to things going too late, but not necessarily things going too early. In that situation, if there were bad weather, that it does concern me a little bit that it might still be dark when some students are heading to the bus stop. But parents are more likely to be home to walk their kids to the bus stop if it is too dark or too cold or too early in the mornings, where they are extremely less likely to be home in the afternoons. They're more likely to be able to drop their kids off at school if in the mornings, as opposed to be able to pick them up in the afternoon. So I will be offering that amendment.
Any additional discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. This vote is on the amendment. The amendment is to, excuse me, let me get back to the original motion. The original motion was to adopt the administration recommendation that option C, with start times of 7:55, 8:30, and 9:05 be used as the start and end time for schools during the 2014-2015 school year. And the motion on the table is that option C be changed to CC. Okay, the motion was made by Director Sherwood. Director Sherwood.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
No.
Director Snyder.
No.
Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeFau.
Yes.
And my vote is no. Motion carries. So the motion on the table is to accept the administration recommendation that option CC with start times of 7:55, 8:30, and 9:05 be used as the start and end time for schools during 2014-15 school year. Is there any additional discussion? Director Dickman.
Mr. President, I would like to amend the motion that is currently on the table so that the start times that the tiers would be 7:25, 8 o'clock, and 8:35. As I mentioned already, I think that children of a younger age tend to be up at 6 or 7 already. The 8 o'clock for the high schools primarily would give us 15 minutes further back from where we are now, but it would also allow the students to get out by 2:50, and then the public schools and the middle schools would only be getting out as late as 3:25, so they would not be in quite as undesirable of a time slot. It is my hope that this would be the best compromise that can be achieved at this time with this level of funding.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second for this amendment? Seeing none, the motion dies for lack of a second. Is there any other discussion on the amended motion? Director DeFau.
Mr. President, I move to amend the motion so that the board would accept option CC with the earlier start and end times as originally included by the administration, which would be an first tier start time of 7:45 and dismissal at 2:35, a second tier start time of 8:20 with dismissal at 3:10, and a third tier start time of 8:55 and dismissal at 3:45.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Director Dickman.
I would really like to see an additional 10 minutes earlier, because 8:55 is still practically 9 o'clock. If you're getting to school at that time, especially how long it takes to settle in. And again, for Young and Walcott and Bluegrass, then that's still kind of leaving them in this awkward place where they're still getting out very late and they'll still be getting home fairly significantly after 4 o'clock. So I would hope that that we could do 20 minutes earlier as opposed to the 10 minutes earlier.
Any additional discussion? Director Sherwood.
If we voted to do this, this is still amendable after we do this? Because my point is, I would like to direct the administration to look at the options of moving some of the Tier 2 to 3 to bring Bluegrass forward, and I don't know how to do that exactly.
I don't know how to do it exactly either, because the motions or the decisions that we make tonight, at least right now, when we accept an option, even with different times, we've really selected all of these schools, and I understand directing them to consider, but at the point that we make the decision, it will be the decision. Now let me think about for a minute. The amended motion that we're talking about here, we have an amendment, excuse me, to amend the amended motion, which is to adopt CC, and what we're talking about in this amendment is to change the start and end times. And whatever happens to this vote on this amendment would still allow the amended motion to be amended, to answer your question.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional discussion on the proposed amendment, which is to go to the earlier start times, 7:45, 8:20, and 8:55? If not, the only thing I want to plug again is that Bluegrass scares the heck out of me, to keep that in a start and end time of 8:55 to 3:45. But there being no additional discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. Director DeFau.
Yes.
Director Crumwitty.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
No.
Director Dickman.
No.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
And my vote is no. Motion carries. So the motion on the table right now, excuse me, is to adopt the option CC with start times of 7:45, 8:20, and 8:55, to be used as a start and end time for schools during the 2014-15 school year. Is there any additional discussion?
Mr. President,
Director Sherwood.
I'm not sure how to do this. I would like the board to direct the administration to look at all available options to bring bluegrass forward as much as possible, because I agree with all your concerns. Unfortunately, in most of the options, bluegrass is still out there hanging by itself. But it's a rural school, and these other schools are urban schools. Kids are better able to get home, and parents are better able to get to them than they are at bluegrass. And so I think we need to be very concerned about that. And if there's a reasonable option, even if it entails a slight increase in fees, I would support that.
I'm not sure how to put it in to this. Rob, do you know how many buses go to Bluegrass?
6.
6 at 44,000 apiece. Is that right? Rough numbers.
Yep.
So you're talking about $250,000 just to serve the Bluegrass bus routes. Is that correct?
Not necessarily that way, because they're going to be paired with something else. So it's not 44,000 because we're going to use those buses at a different time.
So
also.
it might be half of that. It might be 120,000 or so to serve the busing needs of Bluegrass.
I think that would be the max number that we
Okay.
could maybe.
All right, great. Thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Director Dickman.
I would like to point out that Walcott is also as in a rural area as Bluegrass is, and that the students at Young and all of the other elementary schools are still going to be starting and ending quite late. So I think that instead of patchworking and trying to move things around, that it would be better to just move everything another 10 minutes early, plugging that again.
Well, are you making that as just a comment or an amendment?
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to make it as an amendment and let it get shot down again.
Well, your earlier amendment was to go to 725, 8, and 835.
All right.
In this case, if I'm interpreting,
Yes, I will attempt and make the amendment for 735, 810, and 845.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And I apologize. I'm trying to keep all of this straight.
Can I see your notes after this?
Sure. Any additional discussion on this amendment? I'll call for the vote. Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director DeFow.
Yes.
Director Crumwoody.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
Yes.
Director Snyder.
Yes.
Director Sherwood.
Yes.
And my vote is yes. Motion carries. So now the motion on the table is to accept option CC with start times of 7:35, 8:10, and 8:45. And I think along with that, I mean, we're making the assumption that the end times would be relative to the start times.
Yes.
And that's the intent of your proposal. Is there any additional discussion? I'm going to plug one more time. I still believe that Bluegrass in particular, as Director Dickman has pointed out, Walcott, I'm very, very uncomfortable with this. I still support much more the idea of E, and I'll just leave it at that. Any additional discussion? Director Kluhl.
Well, I just say that, yes, I continue to support option E with a 15-minute early start too, but I recognize that the board is going another direction, and I respect that decision that will be made. I just want to note that it really seems that there are three intelligences here. There is the administration's intelligence, which is the research brought forward and the thinking that's gone forward. There's the public intelligence, which we've not discussed a lot tonight, but very clearly we heard that loud and clear for those of us that attended those forums. And then there's the board's intelligence. And I think that in addition to the changes that were made, that the board made based on public input, that there is a native intelligence to the community. And I see that being dismissed. Director Crumwoody talked about the decision that was made and the research that we would apparently dispute or not really take into account if we were to go with option E. But I think that there's also an intelligence with the public. And we've all heard from those people. And I don't want to discount that. I do want to make a clarification that despite popular opinion, the board did not rescind their vote previously because of the petitions. They did it because it was the right thing to do. And I think that that situation comes up here again tonight, and I think that the board is dismissing some intelligence in making this decision tonight. It's my opinion, but the vote will be what it is.
Any additional discussion? I have to make one more comment as I look at this, because the non-public schools were very concerned about a lot of things, and at least in some of the other options, they were maintained mostly whole. They have other time requirements. We were going to decrease in almost all of these options, we were going to decrease the amount of time that they had available. And as a matter of fact, they generally have a longer school day already. We're going to impact the non-public schools incredibly. And I think we're all going to hear about it tomorrow. If we adopt this this proposal, and I believe we'll actually hear from all the intermediates, everybody in that last time slot, which is Smart, Sudlow, Young, Wood, Walcott, Williams, Bluegrass, and all non-public schools except for Assumption. The way I read this, Assumption will still have a start time of 8:20. I'm sorry, 8:10. But I just wanted to express that deep concern for how this vote will affect the non-public schools and all of our schools that are in the third tier. And I wish that none of that was the case. Any additional discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Can you reread the motion?
Yeah, sorry. The request was made to reread the motion. So the motion is that that the board accept the recommendation that option CC with start times of 7:35, 8:10, and 8:45, along with the appropriate end times, be used as the start and end time for the schools during the 2014 and 15 school year. Director Dickman.
Yes.
Director Kluhl.
No.
Director Crumwitty,
Yes.
Director Snyder,
No.
Director Sherwood,
Yes.
Director DeFow,
Yes.
and my vote is no. Motion passes. Move on to discussion items. Budget discussion, Superintendent Tate.
Code policy.
Excuse me, I don't have policy listed in my, I've got budget
Item
discussion.
G.
It's right there.
Item G.
G.
Oh, I apologize, it's not on my minutes or agenda here.
On the next page? On the,
No. Okay, thank you. We'll go to policy. Is there a motion regarding policy?
Mr. President,
Director DeFow.
I move that the board approve the policy committee's recommendation for the following policy, 303.01, purchasing policy, as included in the board packet.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. President,
Director DeFow.
as a point of clarification, we have been asked to approve this policy this evening rather than have a two-tiered process of discussion and come back for approval. There are some time-sensitive concerns that Marcia Tangen had, so that she asked that we accelerate the approval process. We are not required to hear a policy at one meeting and act upon it in a second meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Director DeFow,
Yes.
Director Snyder,
Yes.
Director Dickman. Director Dickman isn't here. Director Kluhl,
Yes.
Director Crumwitty,
Yes.
Director Sherwood,
Yes.
and my vote is yes. Motion carries. Now we'll move on to discussion items. And Superintendent Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been discussing at almost every business meeting the budget for school year 15-16. This is to get an early start on difficult discussions, and so far we have talked about combining school leadership at selected schools, reducing department budgets by 5%, offering an early retirement, changing from block to traditional scheduled high schools, increasing class size at elementary schools, increasing class size at intermediate schools, and renegotiating the superintendent's salary. These have not been full discussions to a yes/no vote. It really is a matter of looking at facts, talking about what the actual recommendation is. And tonight, there are three recommendations, options brought forth, and they are to reduce math coaches from the current 4 to 2 positions for a savings of $160,000. Reducing the the curriculum department by 2 specialists for $160,000. And eliminating the district athletic director, this is a 50% full-time position for $70,000. I passed out to you a paper that Dr. Amelia and her department, she's acting chair of the curriculum department, put together just to give you a general idea of some of the functions which are performed by the specialists. And tonight we have Beth Evans here, as you know. Julie Szewski is out of sorts right now, and she won't be back for a couple of months. So what I wanted to do is just take a couple seconds, Beth, to tell us a little about your department and the 7.5 specialists and the sort of things they do, and then open it up to board questions and comments.
Okay, thank you. Like Dr. Tate said, we currently have 7.5 curriculum specialists downstairs on second floor. You will find in your packet there are job descriptions about 4 pages in, but just to highlight some of the things that occur within our department. Curriculum, maintaining a rigorous curriculum preschool through 12th grade. that happens within our department. That includes implementing new curriculum, monitoring current curriculum that we're using, curriculum adoptions. I know we're getting ready to go through a math adoption for next year, so that takes quite a bit of time from the math specialist. Writing grants is another piece of our job responsibilities in the curriculum office. We have a lot to do with data analysis. We need to monitor that our programs that we are implementing, that we are seeing success with those programs. So that does involve being out in the classrooms to actually monitor the implementation, ensure that we're using instructional strategies that are meeting the needs of our students, attending data team meetings. We also have some of our curriculum specialists do more of the extracurricular things, like when you think of like our STEM and CTE, there are a lot of events that go along with those positions as well. So we have some that are doing Saturday events, I'm thinking of, and then Pro Start. I know a lot of you attend Pro Start, so that comes out of our department as well. We are, like I said, we're constantly in the classrooms, we're in the buildings, we're helping to support the principals so that they know how to monitor the programs that are going on in their building. The actual resources, so the physical books and things that teachers are using, the printed materials that constantly need revision, those are all coming out of our office as well. We design pacing guides, assessment calendars. We bring teachers in to write curriculum or revise the curriculum as needed. I personally work with the reading instruction coaches. There are 12 coaches that I work with, and we meet monthly to review professional development so that when they go out in the buildings, they're ensuring that their teachers are using effective instructional strategies. I know our math specialist is working with those math coaches that were on your list as well. And then also we have the reading intervention specialist, so to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our Tier 3 students. So we've been working hard to implement interventions in our building as well. So all of those things are coming out of our department. Questions from the board?
Director Crumwoody.
Yes. Thank you, Beth. You mentioned there's 5.5 specialists.
7.5, sorry.
7.5 specialists, I'm sorry. What areas?
We have a science specialist.
Okay.
We have a social studies specialist. So
Okay.
those are both full-time. We also have a math specialist full-time. We have reading specialist, elementary, and then secondary if it is a reading-specific course.
Is that a separate person?
No, that's me still.
Okay.
And then we have a secondary language arts specialist. We also have our STEM and CTE specialist. We have a fine arts specialist. And then we have a physical education specialist, health, phys ed.
Okay.
That is,
Can you talk a little bit about, there's two of us that are on the AEA board. And just recently, the AEA has completely reorganized. And I don't know if you're familiar with the reorganization.
Yes.
But it appears to me, with the reorganization, that we will have more AEA staff working within the buildings. And will that, if we would reduce Davenport staff with the curriculum specialist, it seems to me that we could utilize more AEA staff. Now, I'm going to be pretty upfront about this statement. I don't think we have utilized AEA staff with some of the curriculum areas like other districts have utilized them. You know, they too have the math specialist, the reading specialist, the language arts specialist. When it comes to physical education and fine arts, no, not so much. But can you talk about that a little bit?
absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about that, actually. Davenport's actually kind of leading the way, and we're pulling the AEA along with us at this point in terms of some of our reading initiatives. So we're actually, it's kind of flipping a little bit where we're bringing the AEA specialists into our training so that they can be trained to support Davenport at this point. So currently, we've offered letters training to our teachers. The AEA has had very minimal letters training, and so that's something that they have not been able to support us with at this point. And for me alone, with the letters training, that has been 32 days of training this year for me with the teachers, and then going out and monitoring in the building to make sure that that's transferring into the instruction in the classroom. So that's not an area that they've been able to provide us the support in at this point. Dibbles is an area that we do receive support in from the AEA. That gets us 2 days of training, and then if we need follow-up, we can bring them in to kind of monitor what we're doing, do some maybe testing fidelity checks and things with us. Also, in terms of another letters foundations piece is something that we're looking at for the district to increase that knowledge base. And that's something that I'm allowing the AEA to buy seats into our trainings because they're currently not offering a training with that. And 95% group, which was our other big initiative. And that's something that the AEA has also tried to join in with as many of our trainings as they can. So unfortunately, at this point, we're not really able to utilize them as much in reading, because they are not in line with where we're going. So I think that they will start to maybe get more, but they have a larger population to try to serve than just Davenport. So they have to try to keep their focus a little bit broader. And we've really tried to dive in and get down to student needs, very specific.
And that's my understanding also. They've had to be broader because they've had to serve all these districts. But it's my understanding now, with the reorganization, there will be certain people assigned to our district, and they won't be going across Cleveland and then all over the 22 districts.
That is my understanding as well, that we will have, we do work fairly closely with 3 of the reading consultants, which I don't foresee us getting more than that 3 in like general education reading. Now, special education, I know we'll get additional consultants in that area. But as to exactly how their model is going to play out, because I know they're still trying to tweak along the way and find those people, but those people are also going to have to be trained in the things that we're already implementing in our district. And we're working within our district to train our coaches, the reading coaches, to actually become trainers that will help support what we're doing in our classrooms as well.
Director Defoe.
As we consider curriculum specialists, I would like to point out that we did in fact reduce a curriculum specialist in the recent past. When Kay Hall left the district, we combined the arts curriculum specialist position she held with the instrumental vocal music curriculum specialist position. And I think we would have art instructors that would tell us that they feel like the rigor of the classroom has declined in that time. I know I've had reports to that effect, and I'm sure you have as well. Probably of greater concern to me is that when I started on the board 12 years ago, it was a time when we did not have an aligned curriculum in this district, and each school had the latitude to adopt and implement curriculum of their own choosing. And at that time, there was considerable conversation about the benefits of curriculum alignment and how it's in the educational best interest of our students district-wide, especially with the movement that we have back and forth between schools. I would be strongly opposed to losing that. I feel like the curriculum specialists ensure that we have that alignment, and so that would be something I would have to seriously consider.
Anything else? Director Sherwood.
I just want to reiterate what Nikki said about the arts issue. I've heard it, I'm sure most of you have heard it, that we're not getting the same, and it's not any fault of the coordinator, let me make that clear. It's just, it's outside their expertise, and we have a similar kind of thing in other areas as well. It's very difficult for a person that's trained in secondary social studies to be really effective at the elementary level. There's a lack of knowledge, there's a learning curve there. I think if this person stayed in position long enough, they probably would improve and strengthen the position. But there's no doubt that we are hurt by the lack of that position. And just historically in this district, by the way, this has been like a thermometer in Iowa. These positions have gone up and down and up and down, and we've had coordinators and we haven't had coordinators, and so it's one of the first places that administrators have looked for cuts and reassignments. The associates at high schools have picked up some of these things at times. Other district administrators have picked up these things at times, and what it causes a great deal of lack of continuity, which is what Nikki was talking about with the new curriculum, and we need continuity. So this is tough, but I think this is a place that we need to be a little bit careful.
Additional discussion? Remember that the administration is trying to figure out what the board's position is with respect to these areas, and whether it's something that in the future we will considering, even though you've expressed some concern, which always occurs. But right now, what I'm sensing is that the board hasn't taken these off the table. Director Dickman.
Since I hadn't said anything yet, based on the comments I've heard thus far, this would not necessarily be quite as low on the list as some of the things that we've discussed already, but I think that it would allow the academic rigor in our classrooms to decline, and I don't think that would be very good.
Any additional discussion on this item? I would like to have some discussion on the athletic director here in a minute, but before Beth sits down, any additional questions or discussion on this area? Okay, well, thank you very much
And
for
also,
your
if there were any,
presentation.
you're moving to athletic director, do you have any questions on the math coach?
There were none, but are there some? Director Dickman.
How do you have figures on the effectiveness of your math coaches on, students who were falling behind, and then they started seeing the math coach, and the improvement that
Specific figures, I would have to look to Alyssa Hansel if we have specific figures, but I know that these are newer positions. They haven't been in place for even a full year at this point. And we have the 4 coaches serving 3 of them in elementary and 1 in secondary at this point. But I know feedback at the principals' meetings that I attend is how much that they value that time, and that they wish they could have more than the amount of time that they get with those 3 elementary people.
Okay, thank you. If you would get us that information.
I can't, I don't have the figures with you, but I can tell you that one of the things we've looked at are the quarterly assessments, which we give quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 that are district-wide. And our figures did go up in the 4th quarter. And I believe a lot of that was due to the math coach and the continuity of giving the test and them going into the classrooms, working with the teachers and coaching them. That answers your question. And I'm happy to get you the exact data.
Okay, yeah, I would love to see that. I think when we have non-negotiable items for the district of the amount of math time that we have, that it's important that we're not just looking at the time, that we're looking at exactly at how we're presenting it. And I think that having coaches like that is beneficial. It's the one-on-one that really helps the students that might not otherwise be able to succeed. So I would not find this to be a favorable option.
Any additional discussion or questions? Director Sherwood.
Yeah, just a comment that when we're looking at the whole picture of possible budget cuts, including increasing class size and those sorts of things, if we're talking about increasing class size, which contrary to popular belief does have an impact on academics, then keeping things in place, supportive services in place, when those numbers get higher is even more important, not less important. So at some point we have to decide how we're going to approach this. It can't just be a piecemeal thing. We have to have a comprehensive plan for how we're going to reduce things so that we do the least harm. We're not going to do no harm, but we can do the least harm. So if we increase class sizes, we should not be cutting support services at the same time. We need to maintain those as best we can. We need to have that kind of view, and that's a lot more complex, but it's the kind of leadership that we need on these issues to minimize the impact that we have, I think.
Any additional discussion in this area? Okay, thank you both very much for your participation in this discussion.
Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Sure. All right, now we'll move on to the discussion of the district athletic director. Superintendent Tate, did you have any opening?
Well, I just
remarks?
wanted to ask Brad to talk a little bit about what he does with that halftime position.
With that halftime squeeze of full-time. You were supplied with a document, it's labeled pros for maintaining the district AD position, and that several bulleted items are most of the duties. I probably missed a few things that I do as a district athletic director. So a lot of it is just kind of coordinating the efforts between the 3 high schools, the 6 intermediate schools, budget, the different issues that will come up as far as there's always some things going on here as far as sometimes coaches and parents or players aren't happy with the coach, and it's just a wide variety of things. I would say easily when I was hired into this position 5 years ago, one of the questions that I asked of the superintendent at that time, Mr. Almanza, was, what do you see the split as this? Because this was a physical education, health education specialist / district athletic director. Is this a 50-50? And I was told, no, it's probably more 70-30. And I would say that certainly is true. I would say I spend the vast majority of my days dealing with issues that come up here. I hate to read when I supply you something. You know, I don't like coming to meetings and having somebody read to me what I can just read for myself. So I guess I would just open it up to whatever kind of questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you for that. Brad, any questions, comments, discussion in this area? Director DeFau.
I don't know that it's a question, but it's a comment and a question more toward the administration. If in fact this half-time, three-quarter-time position would be eliminated, how would you reallocate the duties?
Well, in the past, when we've contemplated this, we've talked about it going out to the high school athletic directors. I don't know of any other way to do it because they're the most logical ones that have contact with the sports and the competition that's going. So that's the thought in my mind right now.
And I could comment on that because having, this is my 34th year since I started teaching in Davenport. And at one time I was the AD, the activities director at Wood. And that was a time when there was no district athletic director. We did work some with the high school ADs, but one of the executive directors was also Dr. Paul Johnson, was somebody that met with us monthly. And we worked kind of through his office as well. So in the past, I think these duties have been kind of divvied up amongst a variety of people. All these things do have to be done. This doesn't go away. You don't eliminate the position and suddenly these things disappear. The one thought that I've always had, and I know this came up a couple years ago, in my 30-some years, I've seen this position was here, reduced a little bit, disappeared, got brought back, disappeared, got brought back again. And I'm pretty sure that the reason it kept coming back and being recommended that we need to have somebody in this position was because you need to have somebody in this position. It wasn't because we had extra money and we didn't know what to do with it. I think we see the importance of this, and sometimes we learn that when there isn't somebody in that position coordinating all these efforts.
Director DeFau.
To continue, and I think That is, in some degree, my point. I mean, the scope of this position is very dense, and the high school athletic directors all have other duties as well. Many of them serve as, associate principals in their buildings, or, have some other administrative role there. In fact, I do believe that in some instances, ADs at the high school level are acquiring more duties as we are reducing budgets at the high school level, departmental budgets, which then in turn requires a reassignment of tasks. And if we are in fact also being asked to consider a reduction in high school administrators, it seems to me that we may in fact be hitting the high schools twice by eliminating the district-wide athletic director and in turn reducing or considering reduction of the high school building administrator. I think that we could be doing a disservice to our athletic programs and our high school programs in general in doing that. So again, this would be something that I would want to be extremely cautious about. I think Mr. Oates makes a very good point that sometimes it seems like a least drastic measure, but we always keep coming back to it. We always keep coming back to the fact that there's a need to have a coordinated effort.
Director Sherwood.
Yeah, and this is, when we're talking about your job, we're talking about primarily extracurricular athletics, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So
This portion of it, yeah.
this is one of those places that a business model kind of makes sense to me in education. You have revenue generated from these activities, I'm sure. Do we have any idea how much of that we have to subsidize, the district has to subsidize to make those things happen? And the point is this, that if we want to see growth in those extracurriculars, which we all do, that also means more revenue, as far as I'm concerned. And if there's more revenue available there, then keeping you in your position or even expanding that might make more business sense than eliminating your position. So what does that look like? Give us a revenue picture for athletics in the Davenport District.
I could certainly supply, I didn't come with that information. I could certainly supply that for you very easily. And so I would hate to throw out there numbers when I'm not exactly sure where we're at. One of the things that I can talk about, because I do share this information with some of our neighboring districts, is that we do charge admission for our intermediate athletics. And when I total up those admissions, we more than pay for the officials that are at those games. We pay for all the gate help that it takes, or the bench help that it takes to run those events. So those things are taken care of just simply through those admissions. And I could certainly find that information for you in regards to how much money do we get from general fund, and then how much money we get from gate receipts. We get monies from the Unified Boosters concession, and that's the group that runs the concessions at Brady Street Stadium for us. We get monies through advertising that's on the video board at Brady Street Stadium. And I can certainly share all that information with you. In fact, when I first started this job, there were a lot of questions about where all this money goes, where does this money come from, and I got a group together and we answered all kinds of questions. I even have a PowerPoint that was developed that I have shared in the past, telling you, here's where this money comes from, here's what this money is used for.
I would certainly appreciate that. I also appreciate some kind of an outline on how you might increase revenues.
Okay.
District-wide in those programs, and because that's a place I think we can, without pricing anybody out of the market. Don't get me wrong. We still want kids to be able to come to the ball game, but at the same time, if we can save your position and improve our financial picture by increasing revenues from that aspect, then it makes sense to me to do that.
Okay.
Director Dickman.
2 questions. One is, how many sports do you manage? I saw, is it basketball, basically, and then also, are we looking at losing any revenues because of the Ambrose Stadium coming in? Is there anywhere that might have used the Brady Stadium, or anyone that might have used the Brady Stadium that is now?
I would really have to refer that question to Marcia Tangen. I know what we do, and again, I would hate to say a number right off the top of my head without having it in front of me, but we do charge St. Ambrose and Assumption to lease the stadium. I think that barely covers the cost of us actually having them at the stadium. So it's not like we're making hundreds of thousands of dollars by that. And we do have a number of groups that make use of our stadium as well. Once we hit August, I mean, we virtually have something there 7 days a week between youth football, St. Ambrose, and all the high school and intermediate games. It's been used a lot this spring, not only for our high schools. We've had the YMCA has been having track camps there. I know the city of Davenport just started something. We'll have football camps there. Have Life is having their Legends of Iowa football camp at the stadium this Saturday. I mean, it's just in constant use, without a doubt. So we would really have to refer that to Marcia as far as is it a wash, or are we actually going to be losing some money on that?
Okay. And then the first question.
Okay.
How many sports do you, which sports?
Again, you want to count with me, and you go football, volleyball, cross country, intermediate football, boys golf, that's all in the fall. Winter, you have boys basketball, girls basketball, wrestling, boys swimming, girls swimming, forgot those. Spring, you have boys and girls track, boys and girls tennis, boys and girls soccer, intermediate track, and then baseball and softball, so however many that is.
You sound very busy.
Tennis, yeah, boys and girls tennis.
Oh. So that's
Ball golf, girls golf in the spring, sorry. Yeah. just
So
trying to keep that.
the things like golf, I don't know how much that's costing our district. I'm guessing we're not making a lot of revenues off of it.
That's a non-revenue sport. We definitely have our non-revenue sports on those kinds of things. So definitely our revenue sports, football is being the highest revenue sport. So you almost look to the success that you have in football as to supporting what's happening with all the other programs as well.
So instead of taking away your position, which you seem to be doing a very good job at, I'm wondering where else we could save $70,000 by maybe not offering quite such a wide variety of sports.
That's a possibility. I mean, immediately you look at coaches' salaries would be one of the first things, and then depending on the sport, the equipment, that kind of thing, uniforms. So again, it would depend on which ones you would look at.
Okay, thank you.
Director DeFau.
I'd wondered myself the question Director Dickman asked about a loss of revenue from Ambrose and Assumption. However, I would also think that on the flip side, it would eliminate the need, or at least some of the need, for Thursday night football games, because we would have less utilization during the football season, so we may actually save money there. And just thought.
Director Sherwood.
Have we marketed Brady Street in the same way that what's it called, Modern Woodman Park has been marketed? I mean, have we looked at other, public or private uses of that facility?
We haven't done any marketing, but the requests that come in to use the stadium are just unbelievable. I mean, it's constant, and sometimes have had to turn away organizations simply because we just haven't had the time available when they were looking to use the stadium.
And we're still on track to make that ADA compliant and improve the restrooms and all that stuff. So it's going to become even more marketable as we move down the road. And again, a revenue source for us, perhaps.
Correct.
And following up on Mrs. Dickman's question, I guess I have two questions. One is those sports that may be the most subsidized sports. That'd be one thing, and I don't want to say that too much because I'm a big volleyball fan, and I know how that works. So, but not just the most subsidized in terms of money, but in terms of academic time. And I'm very concerned with this conflict that we have seen, develop from this time investigation about this conflict between sports and academics. And once again, I can't stress this enough. I've been involved in sports my entire life. I coached for a number of years, by the way, also in the Catholic system, just to try to save myself tomorrow because they're going to be after me. But the fact is that we have to hold sacred classroom time unless there's a very compelling reason to sacrifice it. And for some of these sports, that may not make sense for me. So I would also like the administration to be looking at that conflict in the context of budget reductions, where we may improve academics at the same time reduce our outlay for some of these sports.
Director Crumwitty.
Just a quick comment. When Director Kluhl and I led the visioning process in this community, and we met with 17 different groups, I believe, one of the things we heard over and over again, how important athletics is to this community. And I would have a real concern about reducing your halftime position. I really think we are understaffed in that whole area for a district this size. So I know that the community, I think this would be a very negative message to the community saying that we were going to reduce our athletic director when already we have a lot of concerns about athletics in our district.
Director Snyder.
I too am concerned with that. It would, I think, send the impression that we're kind of throwing in the white flag with athletics, and I think we already lose a fair number of our talented kids out of our district for athletic purposes, and I would be afraid that we might lose more. And I would think that if it was something as simple as allocating some of your responsibilities to other athletic directors, that we would have already done or tried that in the past, because I know the athletic directors at the high schools right now are very, very busy, and I don't see that as being too feasible or the impression that we want to give as a district.
Anything else? A couple things came to my mind during some of this discussion because you talked about revenue generators, and I was thinking about the operational expenses associated with some of these, not only Brady Street, but here in a couple of weeks we're going to talk about a brand new pool as well. And the operational expenses for that pool, and that pool, although it has some design elements that apply to teaching, I think far and away most of the elements are designed for competitive swimming, the way I understand it. And so I think in some sort of appropriated manner, my visualization is always in a spreadsheet, and I visualize revenues per sport, expenditures, operational. I mean, whether it's uniforms in one case or golf fees or whatever it is, and there are surely expenses, but I think that a true understanding of some of these operational expenses would be valuable as we look at these, just on the whole. And I think you do it on a whole basis, not on a per student or something. Just what is the overall cost to the district, is my thinking. Any additional discussion on this issue? All right. Thank you very much, Brad.
Thank you.
All right. I know it's getting kind of late, but I think we can probably wrestle through these last few issues. This board has advocated occasionally that we have meetings that are 2 hours long and then we stop them. And I was thinking maybe tonight would have been one of those times we could have done that, but we didn't. So let's move on. ISB and UEN membership. Is there any discussion on that? Let me open it up and say that we have both of these coming up. They're significant expenses we have to think about. We'll be making a decision probably in a couple of weeks on these. Is there any discussion on these membership dues? Director DeFau.
I would like the administration to get back to us as to what, if any, accrued benefit they think we have received as after renewing our membership to the IASB this year.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion? Okay, great. We'll move on to policy. Director DeFau, what would you like to do with policy discussion?
Well, I really would like to just briefly touch upon the policies that are listed, and the reason being that these have been in queue for a couple months, and we had postponed bringing them forward given other items on our agenda, knowing how time-consuming those were. So if we can at least just, like I said, run through this list, then we can bring them forward for approval at the next meeting. The first one is 602.22, programs for at-risk students. And you'll note that there is a recommendation by the administration that we strike some language in item 7. We've had substantial conversation about this at the policy committee and have wrestled with the implications for striking that language. And for the viewing audience and the few people that are with us yet, thanks. It reads, implement strategies that ensure students grades 6 through 8 who fail one or more core courses make up these deficiencies before advancing to the next grade level in the subject area. Okay. We have been told that students that fail a subject area in the intermediate level are not retained in that subject area as they advance to the next grade level. And so the recommendation is made to strike the language because it's not our practice. So we had a lot of conversation, many conversations at the policy committee about the implications for that. And so what do we do? What is in place to catch those students up so that we're not just setting them up for a cycle of failure because they haven't learned the skills they need to advance? And we've had conversation, and Mr. Scott, feel free to jump in about, so what are the implications? Do you advance them in all the other classes and retain them in the lower grade level for that specific subject area? We never could land on something that felt right. So we brought it forward to open it up for conversation at the board table. I don't think we can do that tonight, or we may be here till midnight. But by the same token, what I'd really like to hear back from the board as a whole is what they think about that sentence, that statement in particular. What are the implications? So this may not come back for action right away, but have a secondary discussion on it so that we can really come to terms with what it means to strike that. So, Director Sherwood.
Thank you. And just to throw two things in. One is that, and I want to make sure we have the conversation about using the term at risk. I have wanted for 30 years to get rid of that term because it is a term that ends up being labeling often. And so what I would propose, and I know that we're required in some of our reporting for state and federal reporting to use that term. That's a term that the state forces us into using. We don't have to use that in our everyday parlance. And so I would recommend that my recommendation is, and there may be better ideas out there, is that we go to alternative education students. Okay? Because every one of these kids that we consider at risk is in fact a kid who would benefit from an alternative educational situation, whether that's special education or whatever it happens to be. So I would suggest alternative education student. In New York, they use that promise, which I think gets to be a little weird too, but we use the term alternative education on a daily basis, and it doesn't have such a pejorative kind of meaning to it as does at risk, I think. So I hope the board would consider that. And then secondly, Nikki's absolutely right. The issue is not going to go away of these kids struggling, and this just read a piece of research today. It's in Education Week this week that kids that come into ninth grade behind, in other words, they really should be in 10th grade and they're actually in ninth grade. Those kids, almost 100% of those kids drop out of high school. And so the numbers are astronomical as far as those kids being flagged for failure. We can't just ignore the fact that a kid is getting a year behind when they're coming into high school, because that's the kiss of death. So the remedy doesn't seem to be to hold them back as much as it is to supply supportive services to catch them up, you know. And at a time of budget crunches, this is a tough time to have this conversation. Again, we're talking about triage. We have to look at that in a realistic way, but in a perfect world, we would supply the supportive services with mentoring, and we do some of this already with our ninth grade academies and some of those things. We do some of that already, but to really focus on that age group and those kids that are falling behind would benefit us tremendously. But what we can't do is just ignore it.
Director
Can I
Johansson.
add one thing?
Sure.
We are bringing in a 30-minute intervention period in the middle schools next year, and it could be intervention, it could be enrichment, but all those middle schools have built that into their schedules for next year. So for 4 days a week, they'll have that opportunity, whether it be 1 day a week probably will be an advisory, but 3 days a week they'll be able to do some of that. So we're building the plan a little bit as we go, but we're doing something for next year to try to get some additional time for some of these at-risk students.
That's good to know.
Just one little piece of follow-up to it. The other piece that is really clear, and the research has been getting more and more clear, and Director Dickman brings this up pretty frequently, these non-cognitive soft skills, these things like persistence and grit and patience and all that stuff are as important as the academics, and we really have to find a way to start getting those into these kids' lives, because often that's where their deficits are the greatest. By helping turn that around, you turn around motivation, you turn around all these other things, and positive things start to happen. So we can't just think that this is going to be a matter of supplying a reading coach and that sort of thing. We have to rethink how we're programming for especially these kids.
President Johansson.
You know, it's getting late, and I was thinking about how dull my brain is right now, and I can't put my finger on exactly where I want to go. It's just that I want to register, not concerned. I may be supportive of Director Sherwood's recommendation on the language change from at-risk to alternative education students, or what exactly the words were, I don't even recall. There's just something in my brain that's saying it's a little bit euphemistic, but I'm not sure that that's correct. And it's just something I just want to register. I just want to think about it a little bit more before I support that change.
Right, and we will have the opportunity to discuss this again, because clearly we won't be ready to approve it at the next meeting. Director Dickman?
I'm just throwing ideas out at this point in the evening. Could we add, instead of before advancing to the next grade, could we add in supplement or supplementing their regular schooling of something to infer that they would be getting help outside of their regular curriculum?
And we had that conversation as well. And again, I think that the board needs to have the conversation in the larger context of what are the implications for curriculum and programming, and it's not going to be budget neutral. So that's why I'm suggesting that we come back to a second discussion where we can be fresher and have some time to think about it, but you're right, that's an option, something that. Anybody else? Okay, then I'm going to continue with 30707, conflicts of interest. There are no recommended changes. Again, it's just directly relates to board members as much as district employees, so you'll want to take a look at that. 40203, application. There were recommended changes by the administration, most of which are to clean up, language and add procedures such as online applications, things of that nature. 60205, talented and gifted programs. It was the recommendation of the committee that we make that a plural. And again, it's just mostly a syntax changes more than anything else in that policy. 60206, curriculum development. There's some substantial changes to this in that what's stricken in the packet is being recommended for administrative regulation. We felt like there was probably too much detail in this policy, and we did that a couple months ago with some other policies, and so it would, that were related to curriculum, so it would make it parallel. 60210, summer school instruction. Again, just some minor language changes. 602.12, alternative education. Again, just some changes in the language to clarify it, and removal of the word regular to describe regular high school versus alternative high school. We are using traditional in place of that. 60102, school calendar. I believe Director Kluhl brought this one up in regard to the legislative changes to the instructional day, and so we just included that the academic year should be 180 days or 1,080 hours, knowing that we can adjust that each year. We don't have to conform to the 1,080 hours in the future. We can revert. 30302, opening of bids. There were no recommended changes to that policy. 501.09, pregnant students. We are making recommendations, as did the administration, just to make that more congruent with what our current policies are, or practices, rather. 50201, physical examination. There were no recommended changes to that policy. 50202, vision screening. Again, no recommended changes, and that is something that we still do with regularity in our elementary schools and intermediate. 50203, annual physical examination for athletes. Just a minor change as to where the examinations are stored, so they'll be retained by the athletic departments, and that was a change recommended by Mr. Oates. Yes.
Can I just interject something? In our discussions about vision screening, it came to light that we don't do screening for hearing. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Yeah. But I think,
I believe the AEA offers hearing screenings at no
But-
charge.
but do we screen our entire student body?
No.
Yeah, and
It's my understanding what we do is if there is a concern, a referral is made, and actually, and I don't know what's going on now with the audiologist booth, but there were audiologists staff from the AEA at Truman School. and they have their own booths out there. I don't know if those are being removed with the construction or not. So anyway, but if referrals are made to AEA staff.
Yeah, I have a little concern about this because I think the kids, by the time they come into our kindergartens, have done a lot of adaptive kinds of things. And often that's able to mask problems that we have. Having been one of those kids, I can tell you that you can go for a long time without somebody spotting you. And that can be a real problem. So I think there's some benefit to universal screenings on some of these things. But especially for, kids that don't have very attentive parents. Parents aren't real attentive and that sort of thing. But just something to think about. I'm a little uncomfortable that we don't do that. Thanks.
Would it be appropriate to submit a request for a discussion item, perhaps, as to how we might, in fact, implement a hearing screening and how that might look? It's just a thought. The last policy is home instruction, 501.10. Again, we've had many conversations around the board table and other venues about what constitutes home instruction, and I know there's been lots of concern and conversation about the amount of time. This has been pending for quite a while. As you'll see from Mary's note, it was on last year's review cycle. So we welcome your insight, your comments, your reflection, and further discussion on 602.22 at the very least.
Is that it?
That would be
All
it.
right, thank you very much. Move on to administrative reports.
None, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Move to board reports and requests. Director Sherwood.
Yeah, I just a question that came to my mind today. I'm wondering how we support the professional literature in the buildings, whether or not we have a budget for making sure that some of the routine stuff of the profession are available to teachers and administrators in the building without cost to them, so that they can benefit from that, or would they benefit from it? I know that there are professional collections in most of our libraries, but I'm not sure how that's brought up to speed.
And I know we have a policy on that, and I would accept that as a request for information.
Okay, thanks.
Was that? But you were going to write another one.
Yeah, the other one I have is specifically to this. I would like the administration to provide a rationale for having or not having hearing screenings for our elementary kids.
Thank you. And we've captured both of those. Mary? We got both of those requests? Okay, thank you. Any additional board reports, requests? Wow. Well, I want to say thank you to the board. This was pretty impressive earlier, and I think it'll be interesting and fun to watch this. I think we have a great board, and the passion and dedication and the principled and professional debate over some of these hard issues, I think is, from my perspective, it's admirable. And I wanted to say also that I truly support, and I think we all do, the process that we use, and when we come to a decision, that's the decision of the board, no matter where we were beforehand. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the whole board, and thank you to the administration for all they've done in preparing the information for us for these difficult decisions. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned.